Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see what if Deku had a harem of JJK girls. Part 1. MHA x JJK. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is My Cursed Life by Thelordofmemes. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Appearance. Izuku is a boy with freckles in his face and a slight build for his body. His uniform is his own version, which is a green school uniform with black pants. During the Shibuya incident, Izuku was slightly burned by the volcanic cursed spirit, Jago, in an effort to protect Maki Zenin from the blast of fire, and then almost burned by Sukuna's divine flame arrow during their fight, leaving him heavily scarred all over his body, though he was healed with Shoko's reverse cursed technique. Personality. Originally, Izuku was a nervous ball of sunshine that didn't have the willpower to fight back or do anything against his childhood bully, Katsuki Bakugo. After experiencing seeing curses for the first time in his life, he vowed to protect those he cared about from cursed spirits. His personality loses the fear and nervousness during his time at Jujutsu High, becoming enraged by how Suguru Geto injured his friends, vowing to kill him with Yuta's help. Family relationships. Inko Midoriya, mother, Izuku's loving and caring mother. She loves her child, no matter what. Through knowing that her son was switching schools to be a part of Jujutsu High, she sends him an allowance of 1,500 yen for a month. Hisashi Midoriya, father. Not a lot is known about Izuku's father. Not even he can remember who he was. Kenjaku, father through Hisashi's body, the most evil sorcerer in history of Jujutsu. He is also Izuku's father, through Hisashi, since he stole his body when he was killed. Using the man's body, he made love to his wife, Inko, who eventually gave birth to their son, Izuku. Choso, half-brother. After meeting up with Yuji right after Yuta stabbed him and faked his death, Izuku was introduced to Choso when they got back, and he was given the explanation on how he, Yuji and Izuku are brothers. Yuji Itadori, half-brother. Before realizing that they were brothers, Izuku and Yuji were originally just friends that got along, even though he was his senior. Even when they found out that they came from the same man that happened to be their father, nothing changed between them. Eri, adopted daughter. During his first mission with Mei, she and Izuku were shocked to discover the little girl was abused by the villagers due to her abilities in Jujutsu, which made their people disappear because of cursed spirits come to the village. With Gojo's help, Eri was taken into Jujutsu High's care before being in Izuku's care and custody for being responsible for helping her. Nana Shimura, long-distance relative. An ancient female sorcerer from the Heian era, one of the spirits incident of the cursed object Izuku swallowed, and his long-distance relative. After the battle against Suguru Geto, Nana revealed that she deduced that due to his mother's genetic makeup that he inherited from her, she and Izuku are related and are long-distance relatives, similar to Gojo and Yuta. Abilities and power. Immense strength. Originally, Izuku was a normal human that wasn't that strong. When he met his first friend, Itsuka Kendo, she taught him all of her martial art skills that her family taught her since they owned a dojo. This was to help Izuku from dealing with his childhood bully, Katsuki Bakugo. When swallowing the cursed object his friends had found in order to save them from the cursed spirits that were after the object, he immediately gained a sudden boost of strength and speed, similar to that of a heavenly restriction. With one punch, the cursed spirit was exorcised. Immense speed. Upon swallowing the cursed object of the 8 sorcerers, Izuku's speed was immensely increased, allowing him to run at high speeds. He was able to speed blitz Suguru Geto during the night parade of 100 demons, aiding Yuta and Rika in the fight. Immense stamina. Due to his training under Gojo, Izuku had gained a great amount of stamina, being able to fight for a while before tiring out. Immense reflexes. Due to the power of Toshinori Yagi's heavenly restriction, not only was Izuku's physical prowess enhanced to its peak, but so were his sense. During his first mission, he was able to dodge the attacks from the curse spirit, and during the Kyoto Sister School Goodwill event, Izuku was quick to react to catching a bullet from Mai Zenin, dodging piercing blood from Naruto Shikamo, and was quick enough to bypass Hanami's wooden defenses to injure him. Immense durability and endurance. Because of Toshinori's heavenly restriction, Izuku's durability and endurance was increased to superhuman feats. He was able to take a few good hits from Aoi Todo, was able to survive the spikes Mahito transfigured his hands into, was able to survive a blast of fire from Jago, and able to survive the blast from Sukuna's divine flame. Proficient learner. Izuku has remarkable intelligence, and it allows him to quickly learn things, such as getting used to a combat knife like Slaughter Demon and swinging a katana. Master hand-to-hand combatant. Before swallowing the cursed object and joining Jujutsu High, Izuku was starting off with martial arts from his friend, Itsuka Kendo, who taught him everything she knew about her family's fighting style. This fighting style was able to match in power with Yuji Itadori's Manji kick fighting style. Expert weapons specialist and master swordsman. During his time training with Maki, Izuku became a proficient learner of cursed tools, especially with a katana. If his katana is damaged in battle, his black energy Shikigami can shape itself into a sword as a replacement. Jujutsu cursed energy manipulation. Due to swallowing the cursed object of the 8 sorcerers, Izuku gained a tremendous amount of cursed energy, and became quick to learn on how to manipulate it. Black Flash. A phenomenon God created a spatial distortion when a user connects an impact of cursed energy within 0.000001 seconds of a physical hit, causing cursed energy to flash black, creating a more potent attack to have the power of 2.5 times of a normal hit. During the night parade of 100 demons, Izuku landed 2 black flashes against Suguru Geto. Toshinori Yagi's Heavenly Restriction. One of the abilities that Izuku gained from swallowing the cursed object is of the 8th sorcerer, Toshinori Yagi, and his Heavenly Restriction, granting the boy a superhuman physical prowess. When Gojo asked on how the man had cursed energy while having something that trades cursed energy for something else, Nana confessed that she fed him a cursed object that would give him cursed energy for a more boost, and to join in the creation of the cursed object. Nana Shimura's Float Cursed Technique. This technique allows Izuku to levitate in midair, and with his strength, it allowed him to fly at high speeds. He can also make others float simply by touching them, and making them fall back down by putting his hands together and say, "Release." Daigoro Banjo's Black Energy Cursed Technique. The technique that belonged to the 5th sorcerer, Daigoro Banjo, whose technique also gave him a Shikigami made out of the black energy that came from his body, in the form of tendrils. The Shikigami was also able to shape itself into weapons for Izuku to use. En-Taiutai's Smoke Shikigami. The cursed technique of the 6th sorcerer, En-Taiutai. Like Daigoro, En's cursed technique gave Izuku a Shikigami that was made out of smoke, and it had the ability to use various types of gases to attack his enemies with. Hikage Shinomori's Danger Sense Cursed Technique. The 4th sorcerer's cursed technique. It allowed the user to sense danger from not only humans, but also cursed spirits, which allowed him to sense the spirit's presence due to the negativity they radiate. Yoichi Shigaraki's Transfer Technique. The cursed technique of the 1st sorcerer. During a battle, Izuku can transfer a boost of power to his allies, and in exchange for letting them borrowing some of this power, transfer will copy the allies' cursed technique. He can do the same with the enemy by just instantly transferring power and then taking it back. There is no time limit on how long the power-up can last for, and it's only up to Izuku to decide for how long. This made his cursed technique a combination between Yuta Akatsu's copy technique and Yhwach from Bleach, who had the ability to give power and then take it back for himself. Later in life, specifically during the preparation for the culling games, Izuku found out that he had a second option of stealing cursed techniques instead of copying them. Bruce's Cursed Energy Boost. The technique of the 3rd sorcerer. By moving around, the user builds up kinetic energy that changes into cursed energy that's stored up in their body, and can be released for extra strength in case the user runs of our energy and is in need of a power boost. Blows that are released from this technique are similar to the 1-inch punch. Kudo Zenin's 10 Shadows Technique. The technique of the 2nd sorcerer. It gives the user 10 different Shikigamis to summon in battle, with the first being the 2 divine dogs. Kudo was the first user of the 10 shadows in the Zenin clan, making him head of the clan back in his age. In the main storyline, Izuku had the divine dogs, Nu, Orochi, Toad, Max Elephant, Rabbit Escape, and Round Deer. Piercing Ox, Tiger Funeral, and Mahoraga are not yet tamed. Blood Manipulation. After copying his brother's cursed technique, Izuku was engraved with blood manipulation, the inherited technique of the Kamo clan. Using this innate technique, Izuku can manipulate his own blood. Copied techniques Boogie Woogie Cursed Speech. Idol Transfiguration Ratio Blood Manipulation. Sukuna's Divine Flame Domain Expansion. Realm of Souls. Izuku's very own domain, which has a barrier of its own. The sure hit of this domain is that one of the sorcerer's cursed technique are selected to be used as the sure hit, while the souls of the others are summoned, aiding Izuku in the fight. Reverse cursed technique. Under the tutelage of the school nurse, Shoko Yeri, Izuku managed to learn the process of reverse cursed technique. Though it was difficult at first, the boy managed to grasp a hold on the technique during his time as a second year. Anti-domain technique. New shadow style. Simple domain. An anti-domain technique that Izuku learned from Gojo during After the Night Parada of 100 Demons. It is used to disable a domain's guaranteed hit effect by neutralizing its barrier. Anti-domain technique. Hollow wicker basket. The predecessor to simple domain that erects a spherical barrier that takes the appearance of a woven basket surrounding the caster. The technique neutralizes an expanded domain's barrier to nullify its can-miss attack. Gojo taught this to him as well. Anti-domain techniques. Falling Blossom emotion. A secret domain countermeasures passed down in the big three sorcerette families. Rather than expanding a domain, Falling Blossom emotion counterattacks with cursed energy the moment a domain's can't-miss attack makes contact. Izuku learned this from Gojo. Fear, hardship, regret, shame, the misery that comes from these negative emotions can lead to death. In this world, these emotions create an energy called cursed energy, which gives birth to entities known as cursed spirits, monster born out of fears that humanity harbors. This happened long ago, originating in the country of Japan, during the First Era, Paleolithic period. However, people that could use cursed energy were able to see curses. Because of this, they came together and became Jujutsu sorcerers, people that use Jujutsu to exorcise curses from their world. Up into the present of 2017, cursed spirits continue to fester, and have grown stronger and bloomed in their numbers. Good morning. A voice spoke to a boy, who started to wake up. He looked around, finding himself in a room that was covered wall to wall in talisman seals. He looked back in front of him to see a man with white hair while having bandages wrapped around his eyes. So which one are you right now? Aren't you Satoru Gojo? I already said this before, but in case you don't remember, I'm in charge of the first years at Jujutsu Tech. Jujutsu, Inumaki, Itsuka. He tried to move, only to find out that he was restrained by rope that was pinned to the ground. What is this? I'm not sure you should be worrying about others, Izuku Midoriya. It's been decided that you'll be secretly executed, alongside him. He pointed to his right, in which the boy, Izuku, turned to see another boy that was exactly the same age as him, but he wasn't restrained. To understand what was going on right now, let us reverse time back to a couple of days ago. It was currently nightfall. In a small area of a park, we can see three individuals walking the grounds as they had the chance since no one was there. The three individuals in question were a boy with platinum blonde colored hair, a girl with glasses, and a panda that was sentient. Are you sure it's here? The panda asked the girl, who looked at the location of an object that they were looking for on her phone. Yeah, they confirmed that the cursed object of the 8 ancient sorcerers is here. Salmon. The boy said in agreement. The girl looked around, trying to find something that could harbor the object. It's got to be here somewhere. Her eyes turned and widened when seeing a Stevenson screen in the left direction of their path. That has to be it. The three rushed over and got to it. They looked at each other, giving a nod before the girl opened it up, only to find that there was nothing there. WH. What? The girl asked in total confusion and shock. She started to look around inside and the outside in a state of panic. Salmon row. The boy stated with a tone of calmness. Well, this is unfortunate, the panda commented. Come on. Where the hell is this thing? After a short time, they realized that they couldn't find the cursed object. So they called up their teacher to explain the situation. It's not here. Huh? The voice on the other side questioned. The Stevenson screen's empty. For real? That's hilarious. Maybe it took a nighttime stroll. I am going to punch you, she said in annoyance. Well, no going home until it's recovered, okay? And just like that, the call was ended. The girl slowly balled her hand into a fist out of frustration, with her knuckles turning white. I am seriously going to punch him in the face, and the balls, too. Well, Maki. There's nothing else we can do but continue the search. After we find it, then Gojo-sensei will allow us to go back, the panda stated. Salmon. Fine. If it's not here, her head turned to see a school that was not too far from where they were. Then I'm going to assume a student of that nearby school managed to find it before we did. Let's just ask them in the morning. But it's just gonna be me and Toge. You're not coming with us, Panda. Why not? Because people will freak out if they see a panda that can act like a human. They also don't know that you're one of the principal's cursed corpses. Just hide in an alleyway and wait for us to call you once we have the object. The girl, Maki, said while her friend, Toge Inumaki, nodded his head to their friend, Panda. Time passed, and it was now the next day. Currently, the time was 4:15 p.m. The door to a locker closes as a boy with green hair and freckles had taken his stuff out of his locker. This boy was Izuku Midoriya. His expression was a normal one, though he was showing signs of tiredness. This was mostly due to one thing that happened to him throughout his childhood. Bullying. Just as he closed his locker, a boy with ash blonde hair that was in the hallway playing with his friends caught the football before turning to see him. He smirked before slamming into the boy, making him crash into the locker, causing him to drop his thing as he fell to the floor. Whoops. Better watch where you're stepping, Deku. The ash blonde said with a smug grin while Izuku picked himself up off the floor. His friends were laughing with him at the boy's misery. Suddenly, a hand came from behind and slammed the ash blonde up against the wall, with enough force to make it crack. The hand belonged to a girl with orange-colored hair, styled into a ponytail. She grabbed him by the collar and looked at him with such intensity. Touch him again, Katsuki, and you'll be in for a world of pain, and I mean it. Itsuka, it's okay. I'm fine, he said, wanting to assure her that he was okay. The girl, Itsuka, looks at him with concern before sighing and letting Katsuki go. The former friend as he brushed his clothes. You're lucky you got an extra who cares for useless trash, Deku. This ain't over, you hear me? He said before leaving with his friends. Seeing that he had left, Itsuka turned back and helped the boy with his books. You okay, Izuku? She asked while he wiped his nose, which had started to bleed a little due to the fall. He nodded his head. Yeah, I'm fine. Still, why didn't you fight back, or put up a fight? Use the moves I taught you during our self-defense classes against the egotistical prick, put him in his place for once. I guess I don't know when I'll decide to fight back. But doesn't every time he does this make you feel pissed off? He has no right or reason to do this. He's only doing it for his own sick pleasure of seeing you miserable. It does make me mad, Itsuka. Even though you gave me help, I just don't have the will to fight back yet. Maybe one day. His friend just sighed. Fine, whatever you say. But you better hurry. The world isn't gonna let you have time to find your willpower. Anyway, Reiko said that she found something 2 days ago, and she wanted us, Yui, Setsuna and Pony to see it at our club at night. Izuku nodded his head in agreement. However, he was also nervous and embarrassed, for he was the only boy in their club. Reiko Yanagi was a girl that was obsessed with the supernatural, things like ghosts, spirits and other stuff like that. While he didn't mind her passion, it did creep him out on how deep into the terror she liked to lean into. I'll be there. Just gotta drop off my stuff at my place first. Knowing how far the apartment he and his mother live was, Izuku estimated that it was going to become night time when he made it back. However, unbeknownst to the duo, Katsuki was still there in the hallway, eavesdropping on what they had to say. With this knowledge in his head, a smirk formed on his face before leaving. He was definitely up to something. Maki and Inumaki were walking towards the school, with the task of asking the students if they knew where the cursed object. They looked to see Izuku exit out of the building while Itsuka was at the door. I'll be back soon. See you later, he said before waving his friend goodbye. Yeah, see you, Izuku. She returned the wave as Izuku ran straight for home. The two Jujutsu Tech students looked at each other, knowing they found the right target, so after seeing Itsuka walk back into the school, the two dashed right after Izuku. During the trip to his apartment, Izuku was unsure on how he was feeling right now. On one hand, he didn't mind spending time with his friends, but on the other hand, being at the school building right when it's night didn't seem right to him. That's technically entering property illegally, which was due to how people sometimes vandalize school property. It was something that Katsuki did, which he wasn't caught for. Izuku didn't like how he was falling deeper down the path of darkness. If his mother drove him by car, It lessened the drive by maybe 45 minutes, however, 2 hours was how it went due to how his mother was busy during his time at school, for she was a nurse, so work shift were long for her. Though she calls him to remind her son when she'll be back. Thankfully, before she leaves, his mother Inko Midoriya leaves the key underneath the rug for her son to use to get inside of their apartment. After making it to his apartment, leave his stuff inside, Izuku exited out of the apartment, closed the door and locked it before putting the key back into the carpet. He walked back down the staircase and made it back to the ground floor. "Hey, you." Izuku stopped before turning to his right to see Maki and Inumaki standing there. "You're the one that girl called, Izuku, right?" the girl asked, and Izuku nodded his head, being a bit intimidated by their presence. "Why yeah, I'm Izuku. Izuku Midoriya, what is it that you need?" "I'm Toge Inumaki, and this is my classmate, Maki Zenin. We're students from Jujutsu Tech. We'd like to have a word with you," Inumaki said, currently speaking using text-to-speech. Since he couldn't speak normal words, speaking in either rice ball ingredients or text-to-speech is the only way for him to communicate. "Please come with us." Though a bit hesitate, Izuku followed them, leading them into an alleyway. "So, what's the reason that you need me?" "We're currently searching for a cursed object that our masked sensei tasked us to find. Toge said he could feel its presence within your school when we checked around for it last night. Do you know if you've seen something like this?" Maki asked him as she pulled up the image of the cursed object. Izuku looked at the phone as his eyes saw the image. It was a small box that carried something that resembles the human heart, and it was wrapped in talisman wraps. "If you have this, hand it over right now. It's dangerous in your possession." "Sorry," he apologized while shaking his head. "I never saw this thing before, but my friend Itsuka said that our classmate and friend Reiko managed to find something, and wanted to show it to us at our club at night time. But, how is this dangerous?" The number of unexplained deaths and missing persons within Japan exceeds 10,000 a year on average. Inumaki explained through text-to-speech. Most of those are the results of curses. "Curses? Don't care if you believe in them or not, but they're real," Maki stated. "Large pools of negative energy form especially easily in schools, hospitals, and so on. Hardship, regret, shame, the negative emotions of mankind become the source of curses. That's why most schools secretly keep a cursed object such as a protective talisman. The object that your friend probably is one of them. If she did find it, things could get really ugly for her and the others around her." "How so? Isn't this thing supposed to protect us?" "We're getting to that," Inumaki stated through his phone. "Placing a cursed object of greater evil is a deadly poison that keeps other curses away. It's a bad practice that only claims to protect. Over the years, its seals weakens, and then it becomes bait to lure in and fatten up other curses. The object in question is a dangerous one, classified as a special grade. We need your friend to hand it over before people start dying." "Then what are we waiting for? Come on," Izuku said before all three of them start to run in the direction of the school. Back at Aldera, Katsuki and his goons were snickering as they had masks and other things to make them look scary. And then, when Shino stops making the noises as they come to the door, we'll scare them so much that they'll wet their panties. Along with Deku pissing his pants, "All right, let's go scare some cry babies," Katsuki muttered before putting on his mask and entering into the school. Inside of the club they owned, everything was confirmed as Reiko held the cursed object in her hand while trying to take off the seal. Those who sat around her were Yui, Setsuna, Itsuka and Pony, who was very nervous and scared about what was going to happen. "I can't get it off," Reiko complained while the only source of light they had was the lit candle in the side. "Did we really need to sneak in to do this?" Yui voiced her opinion of concern. "Relax, Yui. This is what Reiko likes, plus I'm honestly wondering what this thing even is. Still, I'm a bit sad Izuku didn't make it. I wish he was here so I could tease him," Setsuna said while the raven-haired girl got up. "I'm turning on the lights." "No, that's what makes the atmosphere important. Enjoying the thrill is the spirit of our occult club, isn't it? It's not like anything's going to happen, anyway," Reiko said before the seal came loose. "Oh, it came off." The five girls leaned in as Reiko unwrapped the object. To their shock and horror, the object was an old, rotting heart. A human heart? Is it real?" Pony asked while not giving in to the urge to vomit due to how disgusting it looked. Suddenly, Rustling started to be heard. What was that? The blonde asked out of fear, not knowing it was Katsuki and his lackeys. Knockings was then heard all over, even making Setsuna on edge. Open. They heard a voice coming from behind the door. Open. While Yui, Setsuna, and Reiko were a little on edge, Pony was basically having a full-on panic attack. Itsuka wasn't convinced that this was the work of some ghosts. She got up and headed straight for the door. Wait. Itsuka. Reiko tried to stop her, but it was useless. Itsuka opened the door, with one of Katsuki's goons jump-scaring her. While the girls were a little shaken and Pony basically fell out of her chair in fear, Itsuka didn't show any sign of fear before punching the goon in the face, knocking him out cold. Oi, what the hell? Katsuki came up to her as he removed his mask. This is supposed to be something that makes you scared. Why the hell aren't you? Because it won't work with someone who knows how you act, and that person is me, she said boldly after punching him in the stomach. In the background, Pony got back up. However, the moment she did, the blonde noticed the lit candle going out. When this happened, something dripped from above, and she looked up only to become horrified. Yui noticed that the condition her friend was in, and went over to check on her. Hey, Pony. You okay? She asked while the other two came over. They noticed how she was still looking up, and when they looked up, the three also became horrified. You fucking bitch. Why is it that a person like you gives a damn about trash like Deku? He's useless to the world. Itsuka? Pony called to her, but it was of no use. I care because I do and I'm his friend. I don't treat him like garbage unlike you. Who does it for his own gain? You egotistical asshole. I still have no idea why anyone has called the cops to put you into the slammer after you suicide baited him a few months ago. Itsuka, Setsuna called out for her, but not even she was able to get her attention, since their big sister figure was focused on the prick. Why should anyone care? We're all better off without him. That earned him a direct punch to the face, courtesy of an enraged Itsuka, who immediately became ticked off when he was said that. No, it wouldn't. It would just make his mom sad. Izuku deserves to live alongside us. It's jackasses like you who just like to torment him because it's what you like. What the hell is wrong with you, you fucking asshole? Itsuka. What? She snapped at Reiko, who could clearly see that she was upset. Just before she could ask, a tremor startled them. What was that? Itsuka asked while the silver-haired girl grabbed the heart. Girls, Pony pointed back to the ceiling, which started to have demonic-like creatures come out of a purple substance that was coming from the ceiling. The girls became horrified as the cursed spirits groaned and roared. Excuse me for asking, why do talismans come off that easily? Izuku asked while continuing to run with Maki and her friend. No, it's impossible for people who lack cursed energy. Normally, Inamaki replied through his phone, after messaging Panda to meet them at the school. Any shortcuts to your school? There's one over here that leads to the back of the school. Izuku said as he guides them through the shortcut. This time the object itself is too strong. The seal is ancient, it might as well be plain paper. Maki stated. I still don't get this stuff about curses, but if it's dangerous like you said, I'll follow through. Hey, where are they in the school? Which floor? She asked him. We have our club on the second floor. Pony didn't want to miss lunch, so we had it located as the room near the staircase by about 5 kilometers. They jumped over a fence as the school was just a few feet away. When they got closer, Izuku stopped when feeling an immense aura that radiated off from the school. What is this pressure? Stay here, Maki ordered while she and Inamaki walked towards the building. I'm coming, too, Izuku said as they looked back at him. It's dangerous, right? I may have known Reiko, Yui, Setsuna and Pony for a couple of months, but like Itsuka, they're also my friends. I can't stand here knowing that they might be killed by these curses. I said, stay here. She ordered again before opening the door as she and Inamaki rushed inside. In the second floor, Pony, Reiko, Yui, Setsuna and Itsuka hid behind a wall while the cursed spirits rampaged through the school. What time is it? The cursed spirit asked while the blonde girl covered her mouth to muffle her shaky breathing. She wasn't the only one that was in fear, the other 4 were, too. The hour hand is at 11. It walked past them as the 5 girls got a good look at the creature. It was a humanoid cursed spirit with multiple legs, giving it a spider-like appearance while having 4 eyeballs and 2 crab arms. What is that monster? Itsuka thought while being on edge. Kendo. She turned to see that it was Shiro and Iruma, the 2 of Katsuki's goons. Shiro. Iruma. Thank God. I thought we were left alone after Katsuki and the other guy ran. Awa, why? Her voice died out as she and the girls became shocked to see a cursed spirit eating Iruma's face was being torn off while something wormed around inside of Shiro's stomach. It moved closer and closer before bursting out of his stomach, revealing to be a cursed spirit that was eating his intestines. What time is it? Pony became scared before screaming in terror as the curse that they were hiding from had found the girls and tried to grab her. The curse has been unleashed. Inamaki stated through his phone. Yeah, its presence is still all over the place. Maki replied as she kicked down a door once they made it to the 2nd floor. A bat-like cursed spirit came towards them, but Inamaki pulled down his jacket's zipper to show his mouth, which had symbols of snake and fangs. Die. The cursed spirit started to expand before blasting into a bloody mess, with its remains splattering across the wall while the 2 continued to run. Outside, Izuku still stood there as he continued to stay there. Am I really going to stay and wait here just like she told me? Why am I so afraid of entering? We need your friend to have it over before people start dying. That's right, I can sense death all the way out from here, it's making my legs feel weak, like jelly. I'm afraid of dying if I go in there. But the world isn't gonna let you have time to find your will. Itsuka is right about that, so I can't just stand here and not do anything. He thought before rushing inside. Inside of the school, Maki and Inamaki turned to the right, finding a large cursed spirit currently having its hands full with the girls, who were all unconscious as the curse was only going to consume Reiko, who still had the cursed object in her hand. Damn it, is it trying to swallow her along with the cursed object? Maki questioned while Inamaki prepared himself for another command. Just when they tried to do something, Izuku came rushing in, throwing a kick that landed straight in the eye of the cursed spirit, which also allowed the girls to be freed. Izuku noticed that Reiko dropped the cursed object, so he quickly grabbed it and puts the object into his pocket before putting her to the side as Maki and Inamaki came to him. Baka, didn't I tell you to stay outside? I'm sorry that I disobeyed your order, but you have to understand. I couldn't let my friends die. If that happened, I'd view myself as a coward. If I didn't do something, I'd live to regret it. TCH, fine. Just stay behind us, Maki said while putting Pony and Yui to the side as Inamaki did the same for Setsuna and Itsuka. Once they did that, she pulled out a weapon from her bag that she carried while Inamaki opened up his zipper of his jacket to use his ability. In front of them, the cursed spirit got back up. It's still standing. Just then, the curse noticed another presence, and turned its head to see Panda coming at him, though he looked like a gorilla. Class smashed to pieces as Panda landed a hit in the curse. Once the dust cleared, he turned to his classmate. Is everything okay? Panda, you baka, what was that for? Maki asked out of annoyance, mostly due to how he just smashed through the building. Thankfully, none of the girls had been cut from the glass. Sorry, I just didn't want to take the staircase. So you thought breaking through an entire wall to make it to the 2nd floor was a good idea? Yeah, great idea you had, Panda, she said sarcastically. Well, is it gone? Izuku asked. Of course, a sorcerer needs cursed energy to exorcise a cursed spirit. If you don't have it, it'll never be exorcised. Panda explained before his eyes widened when they all felt it. The cursed spirit was still alive. It swiped at them, forcing the 4 of them to block, but the attack had sent them flying out of the building. Izuku groaned in pain as he was bleeding from the head before looking around. His eyes widened in shock to see that Maki and Inamaki had injuries due to being slammed through the wall while Panda was just fine. Inamaki, Zenin-san, are you? Izuku couldn't finish asking them his question, for the cursed spirit started to attack again, jumping off of the building to get them. Why is this thing still alive? I thought you got rid of it. Think again, Panda stated while getting back up, still in his gorilla mode. It's after the cursed object we were tasked to find. One of you guys had it, so whoever possesses it will get targeted. To confirm his statement, the cursed spirit lunged straight for Izuku, who barely dodged the cursed spirit if it wasn't for his reflexes. Plummet! Inumaki shouted as the cursed spirit was smashed through the ground. Izuku noticed something after that. The boy's vocal cords were starting to sound rough, and he looked like he was out of breath. Inumaki, you did it! Panda cheered, but the cursed spirit happened to be behind him. He turned around only to get himself smacked, flying across the field. Maki came in, trying to stab it, but the curse managed to grab a hold of her. Damn it! She cursed before feeling something making her loose of the spirit's grasp. Her eyes widened to see that it was Izuku, who was trying his best in making sure that she got out safely. Midoriya, what are you doing? Trying to help you get free. That's what I'm doing, he muttered while continuing to pull her out of the cursed spirit's hold. Seeing that it went to go for him, Panda got up before charging forward. His hand flowed with cursed energy, slamming it into the curse, completely exorcising it. Finally, Maki muttered while wiping the sweat off of her head. While they relaxed, Inumaki came over to Izuku with his phone, currently on the same text-to-speech app. Midoriya, if I may ask, how can you see the curse? Normally, a curse can't be seen. Not unless you're on the verge of death or in special places like this. I don't know, I never seen ghosts or anything like this before. Also, I saw a guy with ash blonde hair running out of the building, looking extremely scared. Was he your friend? Panda asked while returning into his panda form. Izuku shook his head. He used to be before. But now anymore after he decided to treat my life like shit. He replied, while also not questioning why Panda was sentient. Sounds hard. It was. Enough, Maki said while getting back up before turning to him. Midoriya, hand over the cursed object. Izuku nodded his head before taking the object out. However, the second he did it, another cursed spirit was attracted to the energy that radiates from the heart. The four of them became shocked before Panda shoved him back. Run, he shouted while the cursed spirits slammed the ground, causing a cloud of dust to form. Izuku looked back to see that they were dealing with the spirit, which was starting to attack since they were holding it back for him. Blow Awa. Inumaki couldn't finish speaking his command as he coughed violently before being grabbed by the cursed spirit. Panda was doing his best, but his attacks weren't doing that much as this cursed spirit was on a higher level than the one from before. Maki attempted to stab it, but she was backhanded away as the girl fell back towards Izuku. Her weapon landed near him before he pulled out the cursed object, giving him an idea as he took the weapon. Inumaki was tossed aside alongside Panda, crashing to the ground while the cursed spirit come closer to them. Just before it could even attempted to kill them, Izuku came down from above, stabbing Maki's weapon into its head. It was damaged, but it still wasn't enough. Inumaki-san, the boy looked at Izuku and became shocked when seeing the object in his hands. You said I need cursed energy to beat this thing, right? Maki looked up and became shocked when seeing what he was gonna do. Don't do it, she shouted, but it was too late. Izuku swallowed the cursed object just at the moment when the cursed spirit freed itself, sending him flying back. The cursed object of the 8 ancient sorcerers. That's a special grade cursed object, formed by 8 sorcerers from long ago. It's also a deadly poison. He's gonna die, but there is just a little chance that. When the cursed spirit attempted to grab him, with a swing of his right arm, Izuku tore the curse's arm off completely, making it groan from losing its arm. It attempted to attack with its free arm, but Izuku slammed his fist into curse, completely blowing it to bits and exorcising it. Where are we? Izuku spoke, but his voice sounded different. The Jujutsu Tech students stood in awe of what they were seeing. This doesn't look familiar, another voice answers. What era are we in? More importantly, where are all the villages? Calm down, a voice spoke, one that sounded like it was the leader. This was bound to happen since we entrusted our power to the future. And it looks like. An eyeball formed on Izuku's hand as it looked at him. This boy has possessed our power. Who are you people? Izuku asked, surprising the students. How is it that you can still be in control? One voice asked, this one being that of a woman. I mean, it's my body, isn't it? What's the situation? A new voice asked as the students turned to see a man with white hair and bandages wrapped around his eyes. Gojo-sensei. Why are you here? Panda asked. Hey, their teacher greeted them. I wasn't planning on coming, but man, you guys are roughed up. I should show Hikari and Karara how you guys look. He took out his phone and immediately took photos at high speed, annoying the hell out of his students. The higher-ups wouldn't shut up about a special grade cursed object gone missing. So I stopped by while doing some sightseeing. So, did you guys find it? Gojo turned to see Izuku, who raised his hand while having an apologetic look on his face. I'm sorry, but I ate it. For real. Deciding to get a closer look, Gojo get up close and personal to Izuku, studying him for a while before smirking. Damn, it really did combine with you. That's hilarious. Anything off with your body? Not particularly. They didn't act aggressive or anything when I first ate it. I see. Well, can I speak to the sorcerers? You may. A mouth formed on Izuku's face as Maki, Inamaki and Panda became surprised to see it. My name is Yoichi Shigaraki, a Jujutsu sorcerer from the Heian era. From what the children said, I can take it you are their teacher, Gojo, correct? Indeed I am. Satoru Gojo from the Gojo clan. I teach the first years at Jujutsu High School, or Jujutsu Tech, whichever you prefer. Tell me, what era is this? The others including myself are confused on how long it's been. We are in the Heisei period, sir. If you want the difference it's been about 1,222 years since the Heian period. Nani? 1,222 years. It's been that long. Another mouth formed on Izuku's face as the person asked that question. Banjo. Quiet. The female voice formed before ordered the other person, Banjo. Well, we'll just have to figure out what to do next. Gojo said before tapping Izuku's forehead, which caused the boy to fall asleep, but he caught him. What did you do? Panda asked. Knocked him out. If he's still in control when he wakes back up, he has potential to be a vessel. Now, I have to call Aichi and tell him to have this cleaned up. But before I do that, I have a question for you three. What should we do with him? Even as a vessel, under Jujutsu law, Midoriya is going to be placed under execution. Inamaki said through his phone. However, because of what he did for us, we don't want him to die. Maki stated. Your personal feelings, are you starting to fall for this boy, who you just met today? Their teacher teased Maki, making her feel embarrassed. Shut up. This is out of what he just did for us. So please do something, Panda requested. Gojo picked Izuku up over his shoulder before smiling. Now it's a request from 3 precious students. He said while giving a thumbs up. Leave it to me, and besides, he's not the only one that I saved today. With that, allow me to say it once more. Gojo said as everything returned to the present. You're being executed. Izuku looked at him with a confused expression. The recap and current events don't line up, though. Hey, I did my best. The execution was still on, but I managed to have it revoked. Revoked? So, you're not gonna kill me? Yup. And simple reason, too. I managed to convince the higher-ups to not execute you two in order to show that you have potential to be great allies on our side. The boy stayed silent before turning to the boy that was crouching on the chair next to him. What about him? Why was he originally getting executed? I was gonna show you actually. Gojo said as he walked to the boy before pulling out a knife, one that was curled and bended somehow. What is this, Yuta Okatsu? It used to be a knife. The boy known as Yuta Okatsu stated. I tried to die, but Rika-chan interfered. That's dark. Gojo replied while dropping the knife. Izuku stared at the knife before back at Yuta. Rika, tried to die. What happened with this guy? Listen, you two, you're both going to be starting a new school today. The one that you told me about. Jujutsu High. Yup. I'm not going. Yuta answered with a tone of guilt. I don't want to hurt anyone anymore, especially if Midoriya-kun here will be joining alongside me, so I'm not going outside anymore. But, living by yourself gets lonely. Gojo stated. The curse placed upon you is one that can save people, too, depending on how it's used. Learn how to use that power. It's not like it'll be too late to case everything away after that. Now, before I free you from your restraints, Midoriya, there is one thing I'd like for you to do for me. Allow me to talk with the sorcerers. What is it that you like to speak about? In an instant, Yoichi formed a mouth on Izuku's face to speak to Gojo, which shocked Yuta. The higher-ups had demanded me that I ask about something. The main reason why you created that cursed object in the first place. We entrusted our power to the future, because we knew that our enemy would come back, even after over 1,000 Jujutsu sorcerers managed to kill him. Him, who? The one who committed many atrocities. Another voice stated. The four-armed demon, the cannibal of humanity. The disgraced one, the king of curses, Ryomen Sukuna. All 8 voices said with negative emotions that the 3 could feel within. He was a person that wasn't human at all. He cannibalized on human corpses, and committed many crimes. Some viewed him as a great person, others like us viewed him as a despicable person due to how he liked to trample on innocent people. The female voice said with a scowl. Eventually, he got involved with our lives, and it resulted in the deaths of many that were close to us. Another voice explained. We tried to fight him, but he was too strong. Later, with help from someone, we came up with a plan that resulted in us combining our power into forming a cursed object, with the objective of leaving our power to the future, to someone who can defeat him. Well, I heard of Sukuna, but unfortunately for you guys, he hasn't incarnated in this era yet. Are you certain? Yeah, but I'm the bright side. You have time to prepare Midoriya, get him to know your techniques so he can use them. He suggested with a grin. Well, right now, he has my superhuman physical prowess, which came from how my cursed energy was traded by the heavenly restriction played in me at birth. A male voice stated, making Gojo confused. Wait, if you have a heavenly restriction, then how are you in there with no cursed energy? I gave him a cursed object that was given by our ally. It gave him cursed energy, so he has both cursed energy and heavenly restriction. Sukuna was the same. The female voice stated. Okay, then, last thing, besides Yoichi-kun, may I get to know your names? Nana Shimura of the Shimura clan. Bruce, descendant of world martial arts champion, Bruce Lee. Kudo Zenin, from the Zenin clan, Gojo asked in surprise, though noticing the disgust in his voice. Yes, unfortunately, I was the first user of the 10 Shadows technique. Hikage Shinomori, Daigoro Banjo, En Taiyutai, Toshinori Yagi. Is that all you requested of us? Yoichi asked. Yeah, Gojo replied while untying the rope around Izuku's arms, freeing him as he turned back to him and Yuta. This is where you two will be staying for the night. He pulled out his phone and showed the boys of where they would be staying at. I had it prepared so that tomorrow, you're able to be fresh and ready for your first day at Jujutsu High. Thank you, Mr. Gojo. Please, call me Gojo-sensei. Right, Gojo-sensei, though, if I may be able to ask, are my classmates okay? Gojo frowned when recalling the report. The 5 girls that are your friends and classmates are okay, but 2 of the students are dead and 1 is extremely scarred from seeing the cursed spirits that attacked you, so he's going to get some help in order to move on. Now then, come on. He walked forward before signaling the boys to follow him, which they did. While walking with their sensei, Izuku noticed that Yuta still had the sorrowful expression on his face. Hey. Yuta heard him, but still didn't look at him. You may feel guilty about those who have died, but didn't this, Rika, do it to protect or something? That may look like it, but it's sort of overprotective behavior from her. He answered. Rika only comes out when someone tries to attack me. That's why I'm also fearful of being around other people, because what happens if a simple hug from my little sister causes her to become violent, and it results in Rika killing her? I couldn't afford that, so I became distant with my little sister. I guess it makes sense, but did she really try to do that? And no, Rika used to know my little sister before her death, but I didn't know how she would react to her as a cursed spirit. I felt guilty about all those that died because I wasn't able to stop Rika from killing them. Yeah, they may have bullied me, but still, it's wrong. Yosh, here we are, Gojo stated as both boys looked to see a large house in front of them, with it having a Japanese style. This is where you'll be for the night. Clothes and food are provided, there's a bathroom for the toilet and shower, and there's 2 rooms with a TV. Enjoy the night. As he said that, Gojo turned around and started to walk away. Sensei, Izuku called out to him, making the man turn back. I forgot to ask, but my mom, Did you guys tell her about what happened? Yeah, we told her that you were safe, since that was the first thing she cried about. Man, what's up with your family? You could practically fill the entire ocean with those tears of yours. Haha, sorry, it's okay. We gave her your location, and she visited you while you were knocked out, thanking Cammy that you were safe. I also told her that due to specific reasons, you'd be transferring to our school, so she knows about that. Does she know about the incident? Not really, avoided that part by lying. Anyway, you two get some rest now. You start school early in the morning. And with that, Gojo departed from the boys, leaving them at the house. Izuku and Yuta walked inside to find a man waiting for them. He was tasked by Gojo to help the boys in case they needed anything, which they didn't right now. After being served dinner and taking a shower, Izuku and Yuta went to their separate rooms, with the former curious on how his life is gonna be like now that he's part of the world of Jujutsu sorcerers. The alarm rang, signaling that it was time to get up. Izuku hit the snooze button before stretching his body. After he and Yuta met up for breakfast, in which the man had served them, they went to the bathroom to brush their teeth. Once they were done eating, the two boys changed into their school uniforms. Izuku's was a green jacket with a hoodie, along with black belted pants. He wore his red sneakers as well. Yuta has a loose white uniform jacket with sleeves that stop at his forearms. He also wears slender blue jeans that tuck into white sneakers that made his jacket. Underneath his jacket was a chain that had a ring on it. After putting on their shoes and saying goodbye to the man, Izuku and Yuta headed off of Jujutsu High. While on their way, the boys looked around to see how nice everything was. Eventually, they made it to the school, where Gojo was standing by the entrance, waving to them. Did you hear about the other transfer student that's coming with Midoriya? Panda asked as he walked alongside Maki and Inumaki. They say he stuffed 4 of his classmates into a locker. He killed them. Tuna Mayo. No, but gravely injured, apparently. Well, if he's cocky, I'll ring him out. Benito Flakes. Inumaki stated while entering their class. Gojo followed in and appeared before them, proceeding to do a funny dance. I'll now be introducing the transfer student that will be joining alongside our other new recruit, Izuku Midoriya. Everyone, get excited. However, none of the 3 students showed any emotions, just their calm, neutral expressions. Get excited. I heard the one that's coming with Midoriya is an awfully sour one. Molly said while crossing her legs. I'm not going to create the mood for someone like that. Salmon. Inumaki agreed while Pans stayed silent. Gojo sighed before shrugging his shoulders. Oh, well, he turned to the door. Come on in. I sense a really damp mood in there. Yuta thought while Izuku could sense it as well. The latter opened the door and stepped inside. I'll ignore him. Midoriya's okay. Maki thought while putting a hand to her face. When Yuta walked into the room, the atmosphere had changed. A dark aura filled the room, shocking the 3 as they could sense Rika watching them from behind Yuta, who was covered in the shadows except for his eyes. Wah, Rika asked when noticing that they were staring. Immediately, they got ready. I'm Yuta Okatsu. Midoriya, move. Maki ordered as she grabbed her weapon on the wall, scaring Yuta as the first-year students confronted him, while Izuku was in shock. Is this some kind of test? Hey, you're cursed. This is a place to learn curses. It's not a place for the curse to be. The number of people that die mysterious deaths or go missing in Japan is over 10,000 a year on average. Most of those are casualties of curses born from the negative emotions of people. Among them are also malicious cases caused by curse users. Only curses can affect other curses. This is where we learn curses to exorcise curses. Tokyo Jujutsu High School. Tell me that ahead of time. Yuta thought in his head while having a, are you serious expression. He just told him that now. I wouldn't recommend that you do that, Izuku muttered, knowing what Yuta told him about Rika would do if his life was threatened. What are you talking about? Maki asked him. Izuku's right. You 3 should back away quickly. Gojo stated. The 3 were confused before turning back to see arms coming out from behind Yuta, with the right one grabbing Maki's weapon, forcing them back. Do not. Wait. Rika-chan. Yuta begged, but it was of no use as Rika's hand went out to grab them. Bully Yuta. 6 years ago, Sendai City, in the Miyagi Prefecture. In the playground at the Miyagi Prefecture's park, a 10-year-old Yuta was playing in the sandbox with his friend, Rika Orimoto. Happy birthday, Yuta, Rika said while pulling out a small box. He stopped playing with the sand and saw it. Yay, can I open it? Go ahead. Huh, I can open it. I said go ahead, silly. Wow, he opened up the box and found a ring inside of it. Huh, a ring. An engagement ring. Rika corrected him. Engagement. Rika wrapped her pinky around his, surprising him. It's a promise, she said with a smile. That when we both grow up, we'll get married. Unfortunately, all good things must come to an end. One day, while walking back home from school, Yuta heard something crash into a car. He turned to his left and saw a horrifying sight. Rika Orimoto, his childhood friend and future wife, was killed by a car that hit her. Oi, is this real? A person shouted when seeing her body. Hey, call an ambulance. Are they okay? Baka, look at her. What happened? There's no saving her. Her head's crushed in. But still, a child got run over by a car. Yes, hurry, a man shouted as he was on the phone with 911. Help them. Yuta looked to see Rika's body, where blood was spilling into the pavement. I can't go near that. A woman shouted in disgust from seeing the girl's dead body. Rika-chan, he asked while noticing her hand twitch and move. Yuta, he became shocked and flinched at the sight of her moving before looking down to see a pair of hands grab his legs. They came from something that was starting to come out of Rika's blood that went towards him, along with a mouth in it. Yuta. The boy became horrified when he saw the mouth speak, and it was Rika's voice no less. When we grow up, we'll get married. The spirit of Rika said while pulling herself up towards him. It's a promise. So as you can see, this is the boy cursed by Rika-chan, who just loves him, Yuta Okatsu. And comes in his other cursed partner, Izuku Midoriya. Be nice to them, everyone. Gojo said as the flashback ended and returned to present time. Rika was calmed down, although she managed to bruise Maki, Panda and Inamaki, who all had scratch marks and bruises in their face. Panda's nose even bled. If you attack Yuta, Rika-chan's curse will activate, or not. Either way, be careful, everyone. Say that sooner, Maki said as she was annoyed that Gojo didn't say that sooner. Same for Izuku, who happened to know since he learned due to being in the same room as Yuta. Though most of her frustration went to the masked sensei. These guys are being all rebellious, so I'll introduce them quick like. Same goes for you, Izuku, though you may have known them for a little back then. Gojo said as he proceeds to introduce his students to the duo. I have the feeling Gojo-sensei is the problem, Izuku thought while Yuta had an exhaustive expression. This is the cursed tool user, Maki Zenin. She uses special tools to exorcise curses. This is the cursed speech user, Toge Inamaki. He can only speak in rice ball ingredients or text-to-speech sometimes, so good luck conversing. Kelp, Inamaki said while raising his hand. This is Panda. I'm Panda, nice to meet you. Well, there you have it. He didn't give me the explanation I wanted the most. Yuta thought in confusion and shock. He and Izuku stepped forward and joined the other three. Okay, now there are 5 first years. 4 people and 1 animal. For your afternoon jujutsu practice, you'll be in pairs of 2 on 2. Since Izuku is an extra, he can be an extra partner. For this first match, Toge, Panda, pair up. Let's do our best, Panda said to his classmate. Maki, Izuku, Yuta, pair up. Gay, did she, voice disgust. Izuku and Yuta both thought when hearing her tone of voice. Soon, they left the room and walked down the hallway. So, I hope that we can work together, Okatsu. Izuku said to the boy, who nodded in return. Same goes for you, Zenin-san. Maki didn't reply to the question, and instead looked at them. Like him, you were bullied, too, weren't you? The question made Yuta flinch in shock. Bullseye, huh, I totally get it, even I'd bully you. It's written on your face that you're branding yourself as a good person. It's sickening. Why are you acting like the victim when you're being protected? You've been passive your whole life, haven't you? Listen, Okatsu, Jujutsu High isn't so easy that you can buy without any goal. Her words were making the boy shake. Maki. That's enough, Panda said, cutting into the conversation. Benito flakes. Inamaki was in agreement. I think that was pretty harsh, too. Izuku voiced his opinion. Okay, fine. Get off my case, she said before walking away. Panda walked over and put his paw on Yuta's shoulder. Sorry about her. He apologizes. She has a habit of acting like she understands others. No, she's right. Once they exited the building, Izuku and Yuta found Gojo and Maki waiting for them near a car. After getting inside, Gojo drove the three students towards a building. Where are we? Yuta asked while looking around. Izuku looked to see a sign that said, Takoba Elementary School. We're in a elementary school. It's just an elementary school. Gojo answered. Huh. Just an elementary school where some children have gone missing. Missing, Yuta exclaimed. It happens in places like this. It's probably the world of a naturally occurring curses. Gojo replied. Are you saying the kids of this school were kidnapped by curses? Izuku asked. Yup. 2 so far, the man answered. Curses tend to settle in spots that many people have memories of. Maki explained. Schools, hospitals, places often remembered with negative emotions are a receptacle for them. As those emotions build up, they caused a curse to be before, like it was here. We're here to exorcise the curse and save the children, or if they're dead, retrieve them. Gojo said. Huh, dead? Yuta asked with a look of shock. He didn't get an answer as Gojo put his fingers together and muttered something. Emerge from darkness, blacker than darkness. Purify that which is impure. As he said that, something began to cover the area and make it turn into night. It's turning to night, Izuku asked before a mouth formed on his face. That, young Izuku, is known as a veil. It's been used to not only keep curses from leaving the area, but to also make sure non-sorcerers don't see any jujutsu activity or enter the area to prevent them from dying. Yoichi explained as both boys were in awe just when Nana spoke up. There can also be certain conditions placed on a veil, as I know since my class was the one to discover this by programming a seal, and then setting the conditions. Such conditions are preventing someone you know to not enter the barrier, which will burn that person if they dare attempt to enter. Burn them? Yuta asked in fear. Yeah, anyway, this will smoke out the curse and keep you all from being seen by the bystanders outside. It's easy to undo from inside, Gojo said while walking away, but not before waving them good luck. Now, do be careful, not to die. Those last words shock Izuku and Yuta to their very core as the veil seals them inside. Die, sensei. Transfer students. Maki called out to them as she pulled out her weapon from the bag, which was a spearhead-like weapon. Don't get distracted. When the two turned back, Izuku and Yuta saw 3 cursed spirits appear before them. The moment they laid eyes on the students chased them to move. Put me on. The 3 spirits ripped each other open, with the strings being pulled. Yuta stepped back in fear while Izuku held his guard. Maki then hands something to them, which Izuku catches as he looked at the item, which turned to be a large combat knife. Since neither of you can control your cursed energy, use that instead. It's one of my cursed tools called Slaughter Demon, she said while still keeping focus on the curses. Put me on. The curses charged toward them as Yuta gasped in fear while Izuku quickly picked up the dagger. It's coming this way. WH what do we do? Don't scream, Maki said before charging forward. Izuku did the same, holding the dagger in defense before charging in with insane speed. He didn't have a grasp on the speed that Toshinori Yagi's heavenly restriction gave him, but Izuku managed to run. The cursed spirits attack, stretching their limbs to kill them, but Izuku and Maki swiftly dodged them. Remember this, the weaker curses are, the more they group together. She stabbed her weapon through the cursed spirit's head while Izuku drop-kicked the curse to the ground, allowing him to swiftly stab it with Slaughter Demon. He and Maki turned to the last one, which tried to attack but it was futile. Maki used her weapon to chop off its legs while Izuku stabbed it through the eye, which completely exorcised the curse. Of course, the same could be said for humans, she said before turning to Izuku, giving him a smirk. You know, for a newbie, you're not that bad, Midoriya. Or would you rather prefer having me call you Izuku? This caused Izuku to become flustered, mostly due to how he never received a compliment from other females, beside his mother, Itsuka and the others. Thanks, and I don't mind if you want to call me by my first and name. Izuku turned to Yuta, who was in awe from seeing what he saw. Hey, Yuta, you wanna try this? He lifted up Slaughter Demon, which made him shake his head in denial. And no, I'm not experienced with weapons. Besides, you know what happened the last time Rika found me with a knife in my hands. Gojo-sensei said I needed to use her to my advantage. Come on, let's move it. Maki ordered. Where to? Inside, obviously, she replied while entering the school, with both of the boys following behind. They walked through the hallway, and while Izuku was a little nervous, Yuta was sweating like crazy. Zenin-san, aren't you scared? He asked her while continuing to walk. Don't use my last name. Sorry, Yuta apologized. But if really seems like ghosts be here. He turned to his left to see a weak cursed spirit popping its head through the classroom door, but Izuku slashed it with the cursed tool, completely exorcising it. Though we've already seen some. There aren't many curses here, even though the veil's been drawn. No, they're here, just on attack. Is it because he's here? Something just moved, he shouted, which only irked Maki. Hey, yes, what grade are you two? Grade, Izuku asked in confusion, as in English proficiency. Yuta guessed in his head. Jujutsu sorcerers are ranked in grades from 4 to 1. But we just came to Jujutsu High. I don't think we have that. Forget it, show me your student ID. She asked while holding her hand out, expecting them to hand it over. You two got it from that dumb blindfolded guy, right? Dumb blindfolded guy, Yuta asked in total confusion while Izuku knew what she meant by and pulled his ID card out. You don't remember. When we arrived to Jujutsu High, we met up with Gojo-sensei, who gave us these. I looked at mine, but I recalled you didn't care enough to look at yours and just put it into your pocket. As he handed his ID card to Maki, Yuta remembered before pulling his out from his pocket. Maki collected both ID cards and looked at them. Well, if you joined with no prior history, the two of you are probably grade 4. However, her eyes widened when seeing what grade they were classified as. Special grade. Special grade is above even grade 1, isn't it? This sounds like it has to be a joke. Zenin-san, I mean, with Izuku, it's understandable. But Yuta makes no sense. He just joined our school. Zenin-san, what did I say? Don't use my last name. She snapped at them before calming down. Behind you, Yuta said while Izuku got ready as Maki turned around to see a giant cursed spirits in the hallway. When they stood their guard, the curse gripped the walls so tight, its strength made the entire building crack before breaking apart. The cursed spirit tried to swipe at the students, but they managed to dodge, only to fly up into the air. Shit, Maki cursed while Yuta began to scream. Izuku nearly lost Slaughter Demon, but got a hold of it. You're way too damn big. You bastard, Maki shouted before attempting to stab it. However, she became shocked when seeing that her cursed tool didn't break its teeth or gums as the cursed spirit ate all 3 of them alive, swallowing the students into its stomach. Thank you for the meal. It said while Maki's weapon was in the ground next to it. Shit, I dropped my cursed tool. Maki cursed while slamming her foot against the flesh that was the insides of the cursed spirit. Let us out, damn it. Oh, Zenin, Maki-san. I still have this. Izuku pulled out Slaughter Demon and she immediately looked at it. Maki aimed the dagger at the flesh and tried to stab through, but noticed it was difficult to cut through. No. She screamed while trying her best to stab the cursed spirit, but it was no use. Maki and Izuku looked to see Yuta waking up. Where are we? We're in that curse's stomach. Maki stated in annoyance. You shouldn't be passing out over this. You mean it ate us? That's right, she shouted, getting more annoyed by his attitude by the minute. I thought you were being protected by your curse. Even I don't know what makes Rika-chan come out. More importantly, what do we do now? After times passes and the veil goes away, help will come for us. Maki explained before gritting her teeth in frustration. This is embarrassing. Shit. Help. Huh. They turned around to find two children were also in there with them. One looked like he was injured while the other was knocked out. Please. He's about to die. The boy with the eye injury begged while having the other kid in his lap. Izuku and Yuta recalled how their sensei said that the curse must have kidnapped the children they came to search for. And that they came to not just save them, but exorcise the curse, and in case the children were dead, collect their bodies. Thank goodness, they're alive. Yuta said with relief. No, it's not good. Maki corrected him. Look closer. The big one's obviously been affected by the curse, too. Both of them could die at any minute. Oh, no. Is there anything we can do? Izuku asked. There's nothing we can do. We can only wait for help. Not everyone has resistance to curses like you two. They noticed that she started to wobble back and forth. Maki-san. Izuku called to her, but she fell to the ground. Maki-san. The boys looked around, checking her to see if she was okay, only to find a bunch of eyeballs appear on her leg, which might have affected her since it drew blood. What's this wound? Yuta asked. Are you cursed? Is she going to die? The boy behind them asked, causing both of them to freeze. Please, save us, mister. Please. You keep asking, but I can't. Okats. No, Yuta. Izuku cutted him off as he grabbed Slaughter Demon. Why did you come to Jujutsu High with me? Same reason like me, or is it a different one? Was it because you still wanted to be alone and just die to prevent anyone else from dying, too? That ain't gonna do us any good. So what is that you do? What do you want to have? To achieve? I don't want anyone to get hurt anymore. He answered. I tried to lock myself away and disappear. But I was told it's lonely all by myself, and I couldn't argue. I want to interact with someone. I want to be needed by someone. I want the confidence to say it's okay that I'm alive. Then exorcise them, Maki said as they turned to see that she was still alive. Exorcise curses, exorcise them over and over. Confidence and friends will all come to you after that. That's the kind of place Jujutsu High is. As she muttered that, Maki grunted before falling back down. Izuku turned back and Yuta knew what he had to do. Before you unleash her, this is what we'll do, he said while picking up Maki and then signaling to the boy to take his friend and get on his back. I'll use my strength into having Slaughter Demon cut through the curse's stomach, making an opening that'll allow us to get out of here. Once we're out, unleash Rika. Yuta nodded his head as Izuku started to cut through the cursed spirit's stomach with Slaughter Demon. Using his strength, he managed to escape while the curse groaned in pain as the four of them managed to get out of there. Seeing that they were gone, Yuta unbuttons his jacket to reveal a ring on a chain necklace, which he grabbed a hold of before ripping it off the chain. Rika-chan. What? Lend me your strength, he thought while putting the ring on his finger. The second he did, the cursed spirit groaned before Rika completely tore through it, roaring at the sky. Who are you? The cursed spirit asked, only to have its face grabbed and then be completely assaulted by Rika, who slammed it into the ground and tore away at the curse. Be quiet, she shouted in annoyance while the curse's blood stained the veil, which Gojo noticed. Now that's terrifying. So this is the full picture of Rika Orimoto, the special grade cursed application. He said before chuckling. Women can be pretty scary sometimes. Wow, so pretty. I'm so pretty, Rika said while looking at her new appearance as a special grade application. I love it. While she continued to tear the cursed spirit apart, Izuku carried Maki while Yuta had the kids, trying to head for the veil, though they were a little tired from the landing. Everyone, it's just a little further, Yuta muttered while seeing Izuku was a bit further in front of him. We need to get to Sensei to check them all soon, which Rika-chan's distracting the curses. Yuta stopped as he felt his body began to shake, which Izuku noticed. I can't collapse yet, not yet, I just decided I was going to change, here and now. You can do it, Yuta. The voice of Rika gave him confidence. Yeah, I will, slowly. He continued to walk before the two of them exited out of the barrier and were greeted by Gojo. Welcome back, you did well, he said while his two students sighed a breath of relief before being able to rest. They said both Maki and the kids will be fine, Gojo stated while being outside of Maki's room with Izuku and Yuta. That's great, Izuku said with a smile while Yuta let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. You don't look very satisfied. Gojo noted, which was directed at Yuta, who looked at the ring he put on his finger. I managed to call Rika-chan out myself for the first time. Really? That's a step forward. Yuta kept looking at the ring before hearing something squeak, and he saw a boy in a hospital gown walking with the racker pole that carried his IV bag. His mind then flashes back to the time when he was in the hospital, due to being treated for pneumonia. A little Yuta walks the hallway as he coughed after being treated for his illness. As he walked, he sensed light coming from a room, and when he turned, the boy found a young girl staring at the window, for this was Rika Orimoto, who was here due to being found by the cops after a camping trip with her father went wrong and he disappeared while she was found. He noticed her gloomy expression, so he faked a cough, which caught her attention. Yuta noticed her looking at him before smiling. 1, 2, the memory changes to show Yuta and Rika at the park, playing at its playground. Rika was laughing while Yuta spun the merry-go-round. Stop, Yuta, she said while continuing to laugh in joy. I said stop. It swaps to show the children having fun with water balloons. Stop, Rika-chan, Yuta said before getting ready and threw a water balloon at her. There, take that, he shouted while continuing to laugh alongside her. It's a promise. When we both grow up, we'll get married. Sure, he replied, which surprised Rika before making her smile with a blush on her face. Then we'll be together forever and ever. What's wrong? Gojo asked as the flashback was over, snapping Yuta out of his senses. Nothing. Just remembering something. I don't think Rika-chan cursed me. I think I might have cursed her. This is just my personal theory, but there's no curse more twisted than love. His teacher said, making Yuta feel guilty. But it didn't stop his will and resolve as the boy clenched his fist. From the inside of her room, Maki was still awake, though annoyed by what happened on the mission. Sensei, while I'm at Jujutsu High, I'll break Rika-chan's curse. Hearing this made Gojo smile before turning to Izuku. What about you, Izuku? The boy looked at the ground as he was in thought. Well, for me, I want to learn Jujutsu so I can be able to help and protect others inside of being useless. But not only that, whoever this, Ryomen Sukuna is, if my power is meant for defeating him in the case that he is ever incarnated. I'll train and hone my abilities so I can put down the King of Curses. But I do have one question, are you able to beat Sukuna, Gojo-sensei? Yuta looked at their teacher, waiting for his response as well. Well, if Sukuna regained all of his power since it was split up into 20 of his fingers that came from his forearms, he might cause me a little trouble. But, would you lose? Gojo was silent for a moment before smirking. Nah, I'd win. Meanwhile, back at the elementary school, it was nighttime right now. A person walked through the door that survived the attack as he walked forward, noticing something on the ground. Picking it up, the two items he had collected were Izuku and Yuta's ID cards, which Maki dropped when the cursed spirit attacked them. The special grade cursed apparition, Rika Orimoto, was fully manifested for 422 seconds. A voice said as Gojo was now in a meeting with the higher-ups of Jujutsu Society. We entrusted you with Okatsu precisely to prevent this sort of thing. There's no room for excuses, Satoru Gojo. Well, I never planned on making any excuses. The man said while stretching his head. How can you joke about this? Another one of the higher-ups shouted. If Rika Orimoto had remained out of control, she could have wiped out an entire town. And I would have risked my life to stop her. Gojo retorted. Listen, there's only one thing we can say about that curse, I don't understand. Why did a little girl who wasn't from any line of Jujutsu sorcerers become such an immense curse? We can't control something we don't understand. So it'll take trial and error. Just leave it alone for a while. He explained before walking out of there. Do not forget that Okatsu's secret execution was only suspended, unlike Midoriya, who had his revoked to prove that he has potential. I do not believe that boy is worthy of having the power to put an end to the King of Curses. And don't you forget that if it comes to that, I'll side with them. And another thing, Izuku's proving himself to be a worthy, he said while his eyes shined blue before exiting out of there. Christ, damn rude geezers. I don't ever want to become like them. I'll have to be careful. As he said that, Gojo took off his sunglasses and swapped them for the bandages while making it to Jujutsu High. Besides, no one's allowed to take youth away from young people. From the staircase, the man was able to see his students helping Izuku and Yuta out. The latter was getting tired from running around while the former speed blitzed right past him as Izuku was having more control over his speed. Maki, Toga, last lap. And Izuku, you're finished. Panda said as he watched his classmate go right past Yuta from the sidelines. Yuta grit his teeth before picking up the pace to keep up with them. No one is, Gojo muttered before heading down. Time passed, and he was in front of a storage area with Izuku and Yuta. He opened the lock before opening the door. Well, go ahead. Sure. The two entered inside as Gojo turned on the lights, revealing the room they were in held a massive amount of weapons. It's nearly impossible to exorcise a curse as big as Rika Orimoto. However, breaking it is a different story. You need to have read the thousands, maybe tens of thousands, of knots of cursed energy and unravel them one by one. It's a method that can only be pursued by you, the one she cursed. What exactly do I do? Use this. Gojo replied to Yuta's question by throwing a katana to him, which he caught. A katana. Curses are most stable when they're possessing an object. Back then, you used the ring to connect to Rika Orimoto. The pipeline's already there, so now you need to borrow part of Rika's curse, imbue it into the katana, and control it. Increase the amount as you repeat it, and eventually you'll have all of it under your control. Then you're free, both you and her. Imbue the curse into the katana, and at the same time, you need to learn how to wield a blade. Gojo said while getting up in the boy's face. You're super weak, after all. First, we'll have to train you thoroughly. Now, Izuku, he turned to his other student. I understand that you're a good hand-to-hand combatant, but you also wish to learn on how to wield a blade. I don't mind. I'm honestly excited on how to learn to wield a katana. Good. Maki can give you two some lessons since she's the cursed tool expert. Soon, the two boys found themselves learning from the master expert of cursed tools herself. Yuta went up first, holding a wooden sword while Maki had a staff before holding her guard. He went forward, catching her off guard as she blocked a swing. He came in for another but it was blocked. She pushed it back, but Yuta kept on attacking. However, Maki was able to handle the strikes, blocking out before kicking him back. The boy managed to keep his stance, but then someone had to come and check on things. Hey, everyone. How's it going? Gojo asked, gaining Yuta's attention. He couldn't respond as Maki came in and whacked him in the face. Don't get distracted. Alright, move. Izuku, you're next. Yuta moved back to the other side with Panda and Inamaki while Izuku stepped forward. Maki resumed her stance while Izuku took his. The wind blew before the battle started, with Izuku charging towards her. He swung his sword, only to get blocked. Pushing her staff back, the boy went in for another attack, continuing to fight. Maki pushed his sword away and went in for a thrust, but Izuku blocked her before she could even land a hit, surprising the girl. Oh hi, impressive, Panda commented while watching with Yuta and Inamaki, who nodded his head. Tuna Mayo. Using his strength, Izuku pushed his female classmate back, with the thrust making her almost lose her footing. Taking the chance, the boy faked a swing, catching Maki off guard before he swiftly knocked her down and aimed his wooden sword, tapping her forehead lightly. Maki was in total surprise. He managed to swiftly take me down. A smile formed on her face as the girl got back up. I might have found myself the perfect partner, she thought while looking at Izuku, who was in awe from how he was getting better. He was a proficient learner. So, Izuku, wanna keep going, or are you gonna swap out for Yuta? I wouldn't mind going for another round, he replied, making the girl feel excited. Gojo watched as the two engaged in battle again, with Izuku winning again. Look, I win again, Maki-san. Hey, yeah, she chuckled before accepting his head to get back up. Yuta came in, determined to win his second match. It's been 3 months since Yuta and Izuku came to Jujutsu High. Their movements have gotten a lot better, Panda stated while watching the match. Salmon. Their personalities are more positive now, too, Gojo noted. Though Izuku still needs to get a hold of the techniques that the cursed object gave to him. We need him to train in order to master them. Toshinori Yagi's heavenly restriction is one of the many abilities awaiting for you, Izuku Midoriya. Salmon Row. Maki looks like she's having fun, too. Especially with Izuku, Panda stated. Before now, she didn't get to spar much with a fellow weapon. He remembered how Maki smiled during their matches, looking like she was enjoying it before the realization hit him, causing him to gasp in shock. Revelation. Izuku, come here. He rushed towards the boy, who was coming to the bleachers. What's up, Panda-kun? The boy asked as the panda wrapped his arm around him. A super important discussion. Listen closely. Do you prefer big boobs or small boobs? The question took Izuku off guard, literally. Right now, during this, he did his best to shake off the shock, though the nervousness was still held inside when answering the question. I've never given it much thought throughout my life, since I was never liked by many girls, but if I had to say, I wouldn't mind with big ones. Oh ho, Panda was all giddy before turning around. See that Yuta and Maki's match had ended. Maki. Huh, she turned to see Panda spinning around before posing. You've got a chance. The word, chance, echoed for 3 times before Maki realized what he meant by getting her all flustered. What crazy ideas are you getting? I'll kill you. Don't be so shy. Are you an elementary schooler? All right, I'll kill you. I don't give a damn about sights. He. What's this about? Yuta asked Inamaki, who replied with, kelp. Thus making him confused. I don't understand Inamaki, so he's a little scary. Okay, gather round, Gojo said while walking towards them as Maken and Panda were still fighting. You two, continue your training. Toge, you've been requested. It's a curse you're perfect for. Go exorcise it quickly. Salmon, requested. Izuku asked. Toge's the only grade 2 sorcerer among the first years. He's allowed to take missions on his own. Panda explained before being whacked on the head by Maki with her staff. Wow, that's impressive, Yuta commented. You two are special grade. Inamaki muttered without his cursed technique being activated. You go with him, Yuta. You'll be Toge's support. As for you, Izuku, I'll be introducing you to someone that you're going on a mission with as well, in which you'll be her backup. Huh, support. My first mission, Izuku muttered in awe. Well, more like an observer, really. There's a wide variety of jujutsu, so you can assume there are as many ways to exorcise a curse as there are sorcerers. Toge's cursed speech is one good example. Make sure to learn from him. Cursed speech. As the term suggests, it's imbuing speech with curses. Well, it'll make sense once you see it. To break a curse, you must first understand curses. Soon, the 2 boys were outside, in their uniforms. Due to having been trained with Maki, Gojo decided to have them test their skills with real katanas. Maki offered Izuku her slaughter demon combat knife again, thought he stated that he wanted to test out his sword skills. However, he didn't mind having the cursed tool again, just in case he needed something else to cut with. Our first mission. Wait, isn't this our second mission? Yuta asked his friend, who put slaughter demon through the belt of his pants to keep it there. I think so. The elementary school must have been the first. But this is a mission where we'll be with different people. How are you feeling? His shaking body proof of what he felt. Just a little nervous. I'm with you, but I'm feeling a little excited. A hand touched Yuta's shoulder, making him turn to see Inamaki, who gave him a creepy expression. Salmon. Huh. Yuta was immediately shocked by his face, making him back off. Oh, I'm sorry. Yuta, 1 second. Gojo called out to him. Yes, he asked while walking up to his sensei. Sorry, I won't be able to supervise this time, for either of you. But the job is one Toge could typically handle on his own, so you can take it easy. There's only one thing you need to be careful of. Don't let Rika out. There's no guarantee she'll go back like how she luckily did last time. Only use what power of Rika's that you can imbue in your sword. If you fully let her out again. If I let her out? The boy asked, and Gojo did a slitting throat motion with his hand. You and I will both be killed. Counting on you. Yuta was left terrified by that last statement as he and Toge were driven off to their location. Why does he have to rub salt in the wound right now? As their car left, another one pulled up to the two. "Ah, here she is," Gojo said as the door opened up to reveal a woman with long, wet hair, twisted into tails in a style. The reason it was odd was because one tail of her hair was covering her face while the other was on her back like a ponytail. "Ohio, Gojo-kun," the woman greeted him with a smile. "Izuku, I would like to introduce to you the money-obsessed grade 1 sorcerer, Mei-mei," his sensei said as Izuku bowed before the woman. "Hi, it is an honor to meet you, senpai." Mei-mei chuckles when seeing how Izuku acted, along with the stuttering. "As I am, Izuku-kun," she said with a smile, immediately enjoying the boy's presence since he reminded her of her little brother, Ui. "Well, I better get going now that she's here. Good luck, Izuku," his sensei said before turning around and leaving. Mei-mei motioned Izuku to enter the car, which he did. She followed inside and ordered the driver to start driving to the destination of where their mission will take place. "So, what's this mission about, Miss Mei-mei?" Izuku asked while holding onto his katana. "To a small village out west of Japan. They reported that some of their people started disappearing when entering the forest to hunt for fish, pick vegetables from their plants, or let it be the children that go there to play. This must be the work of a cursed spirit, so we're going there to exorcise it. Assistant supervisors believe that the curse is either grade 3 or 2, which will make this an easy one to deal with. And besides," she turned to him and gave the boy her usual smile, "I am looking forward to what you can show me during your time at Jujutsu High. And please, just call me Mei-mei." "Hi," he muttered, a bit nervous from how he looked at her, earning a chuckle from the white-haired woman as the car continued towards its destination. Soon, the two arrived at their destination of the village. "Let's go meet with the villager leader," Mei-mei said while carrying a large weapon wrapped in cloth. From the shape of the weapon, Izuku assumed that it was a very large axe. As they walked through the village, the boy looked around to see that the people were doing their own thing, but the atmosphere was very gloomy. It was expected since a curse was terrorizing their village. After walking for a while, a person spotted them. "You there?" They turned to see that it was an old man came towards them. "I assume that you must be the chief of this village?" Mei-mei asked as the man nodded his head. "Correct. You two must be the ones who came to help us with the disappearances of our people that entered the forest?" "Indeed we are. Please lead us to the forest." The old man nodded his head before leading the two to the location of the forest. When making it there, Izuku and Mei-mei saw several signs that were set out, saying it was dangerous to enter the forest and forbidden to step foot in there. "The thing that's causing the disappearances of people is inside the forest," the chief explained while continuing to sweat bullets out of nervousness. Mei-mei unwrapped the cloth in her item to reveal a large, light-colored two-headed axe. "Very well. Come, Izuku." The boy followed as he unwrapped the cloth that was on his katana, putting it onto his side before following Mei-mei into the forest. "I wish you the best of luck," the village chief muttered while clasping both of his hands. The grade 1 sorcerer and the special grade youngster walked throughout the forest, looking around to see that there were many cursed spirits, though they were small and on the weakest level, grade 4. "So, should we put up a veil to prevent the curse from leaving?" Izuku suggested while continuing to hold onto his katana. "Not really, for that wouldn't be necessary. If the curse would have left the forest, it would have chased the people that it was after back to the village and slaughtered them all. Since it was stated to be either grade 3 or 2, it must be the type to stay in camp for any victims to hunt," Mei-mei explained before the two came across a fork in the road. "Two paths. What should we do? I could use my cursed technique for I manipulate some crews and scout them out, but unfortunately for us, there aren't any here. So we have to search for the curse on our own by splitting up and taking on a path by ourselves." "I see. I'll take the left, and you'll take the right?" "Correct," Mei-mei said before walking down her path. With no other choice, Izuku let out a sight and walked the left path. On his path, Izuku could sense the presences of other curses throughout the forest, but they weren't the main issue that they were sent to handle, so they can slide. Just where the hell is this damn cursed spirit? Izuku wondered in his head while carrying his sword. "Mama," Izuku quickly turned around when he heard the voice. He looked to see a little girl hiding behind the tree, but the weird thing about her was that she hiding, and only peeking out. "Papa. Hey, are you okay? Are you lost?" he asked, only to get no response from the girl, who instead asked, "My mama, where's my mama?" Izuku kept his guard up, hand on his katana. Instead of staying there, he decided to get closer. "Look, kid, it's not safe here. It's very dangerous, you understand? How about you do me a favor, and just leave?" The words died out of his mouth as Izuku looked shocked when seeing that the other side of the girl's face was torn off completely. His eyes looked to see an appendage connected to the girl's head, making it seem like she was talking to him when her body was being nothing but puppeteer-ed. Wasting no time, with insane speeds, Izuku draws his sword and cuts the appendage off, making the cursed spirit scream as it revealed its location to him. Using his enhanced sense of hearing, the boy quickly jumped from one tree to another at blinding speeds, heading towards the cursed spirit. From within his body, the sorcerers were impressed on how quickly Izuku adapted to his body's new physical prowess. "I'll be damned. The boy's a quick learner." Daigoro commented as he formed an eye on Izuku's face to see how fast he was going while bouncing off trees like it was nothing. The cursed spirit reeled its appendage back in pain, quickly healing it before noticing Izuku. However, there was nothing it could do as the boy quickly imbued his sword with cursed energy and slicing the curse, exorcising it completely. Izuku sheathed his sword before turning to see the massacre of bodies that were in the area. Most of them were skeletons or bodies that had some skin and meat on them while parts were torn off or broken and mutilated. The boy puts his hands together to pay his respects for those who were killed. "I'm sorry." With that, he left the area, heading back to the spot where he and Mei originally were before splitting up. Speaking of the woman, the grade 1 sorcerer had found some cursed spirits and was currently in battle with them. Mei was enjoying herself in the fight, basically treating the curse like trash. Era, from the amount of bodies that you've consumed, I would have assumed you would have proven to be strong for a grade 2 curse." Around the field as the woman swung her axe were the dead bodies of the disappearing villagers, who had the same conditions as the ones Izuku found. When the cursed spurts attempted to attack her, Mei kicked one back into a tree, allowing her to dodge an attack before slicing one of the curses in half. Another tried to attack from above, but the woman hits it with the back handle of her axe, pinning it down before Mei cuts it in half. The last one attempted to get back up, but only had its head chopped off, exorcising it. However, to Mei, something felt off. This isn't right. A couple of grade 2 curses like these ones may have able to snatch a few people, but to have this many, that could only mean. She looked to her right to see a spider crawling on the ground, heading in her direction. A spider? The woman thought before hearing something, turning to see another spider. Following that spider was another one, and then another, and another, and another, before eventually thousands of spiders surrounded the grade 1 sorcerers. Mei kept her cool, but her mind was confused on what she could do in this situation. Suddenly, she looked on the ground to see a large shadow appear over her before the woman looked up and became surprised by what she saw. However, the woman wasn't fast enough as the creature quickly came down and grabbed the sorcerer, yanking her back up into the air. As this happened, Izuku suddenly felt a stabbing sensation coming from the back of his head, making him groan. My head, what was that?" he asked before getting the answer. "What you just sensed was a sign of danger, which came from my cursed technique, Danger Sense." Hikage's voice answered from his head. "Shinomori-san. It allows me to sense malicious intent from not only humans, but cursed spirits as well, acting as a sixth sense to dodge attacks. It allowed me to sense the presence of cursed spirits since they are made from negative emotions. If you sensed danger right now, someone other than yourself must be in trouble." Izuku put a finger to his chin, trying to figure out who was in danger before realization hit him. Mei. He immediately rushed back to the path before taking the other one, doing his best to make it there. With the female sorcerer, Mei found herself tied up in a bunch of webs, restraining her while her axe was wrapped in a cocoon of webs. "Of course, I knew that curse was too weak to kill that many humans," she muttered before looking up to see the real curse that was the one causing the disappearances. It was a spider-like cursed spirit, but it was styled as the Ushi Oniguki Yokai. With no time to spare, the cursed spirit started to lift the woman up, who was trying to break herself out of her restraints, but it was technically useless as the webs were too sticky to break out of. "Based on your appearance, webs an army of spiders, you're either regular grade 1 or special grade 1 level. No wonder I wasn't able to react fast enough when I saw you," she said while continuing to be lifted up towards the Gyuki. When the spider curse grabbed a hold of her and was about to sink its fangs into her flesh. Mei. Her eyes widened when hearing Izuku's voice, as the boy jumped between the trees. He jumped off a tree before charging straight for the curse, kicking it in the face before cutting the web, letting go of Mei, but he caught her and backed away from the curse. "Are you okay?" "Hi," she muttered before starting to feel how deep his muscles were, especially with how his shoulder was pressing up against her bottom part. Fu. Oh, Izuku. If only you know what your shoulder is pressing up against," the woman thought while licking her lips. The cursed spirit gained its senses back before commanding its army of spider to go after them, forcing Izuku to back off as they came quickly. Not wanting to deal with webs, he drew out Slaughter Demon and cut the webs that released Mei. She looked back to see that the Ushi-Oni cursed spirit had begun to spit out venomous acid, which caused Izuku to dodge since Danger Sense had warned him. "Let's just get this damn curse exorcised," he muttered before imbuing his fist with cursed energy. Bouncing off the trees with his superhuman speed, Izuku got in front of the cursed spirit and landed a punch to its face. However, instead of being exorcised, the cursed spirit tanked the punch. "Nani?" he asked before halting back, extending its legs, attempting to stab them. "This isn't just some regular cursed spirit, Izuku," Mei stated as they landed on the ground before he puts her down. "I'm assuming that this one is actually on the level of Special Grade 1. "Wait, Special Grade 1. It's the higher version of Grade 1. The lower Verizon is called Semi-Grade 1. It's not actually Special Grade." As she said that, the Gyuki gargled up some of its saliva before spitting it out, making the two dodge the shot as it hits the tree, making the plant burn. Judging from how its own spit was burning and it smells horrible, I'd say that it has venomous acid, making it just like the yokai. Izuku ripped out Mei's axe from where it was trapped before handing it to her. They continued to run before Danger Sense activated, making Izuku kick Mei away in order to dodge a giant web that it shot from its bottom. Imbuing his sword with cursed energy, Izuku sends out a slash that cuts down a couple of trees, while also grazing the cursed spirit. The two then charged at the curse, which began to use its tentacle extension to extend its limbs to stab either one of the two. Mei quickly dodged while Izuku grabbed the appendage and dragged the curse towards them. The woman used her axe and chopped off the cursed spirit's leg, but it didn't fade away due to it regenerating its leg. More spiders came together, trying to ensure that sorcerers wouldn't be able to more or fight. However, Izuku instantly cut them down, prevent them from doing anything. That's when the Ushi-Oni cursed spirit jumped at them, but Izuku cuts it down before it could even attack the two Jujutsu sorcerers. Though attacked, the curse began to heal itself, then aimed its web shooter at them. "Oh no, you don't," Izuku said before grabbing the spider by its legs, slamming it around before signing it towards a tree. Using his sword as a spear, Izuku threw it at high speeds, making it pierce the curse and causing it to become stuck. Now, using Slaughter Demon, Izuku cuts off all the limits of the cursed spirit before adjusting his sword, which was stuck in its skull. "Let's see how much damage you can take when I stab you a bunch of times," he asked before mercilessly stabbing the cursed spirit with his cursed tool, making many stab wounds while Mei watched in awe. Seeing that the spiders were coming for her, she used her axe to chop down a tree, making it crush down on them when it fell to the ground. "Mei-san," Izuku shouted to the woman as he grabbed his sword, pulling it out of the curse's head before kicking it back, which allowed Mei to use her axe and chop it half. The cursed spirit couldn't handle the amount of damage it took before turning to dust, being completely exorcised. "Well, that's it," the boy said while putting his sword and Slaughter Demon away. "What should we do about the bodies?" "Unfortunately, there is nothing we can do about it except leave this to the villagers. We should head back to meet with the chief." Izuku did as she said, for the two of them went back to the village. However, they didn't notice two young girls watching them from above the trees. "Hey, Nanako, he's the one, yeah?" the girl with brown hair asked while holding onto a teddy bear while her sister, Nenko, was next to her. "Yeah, he's the one that Geto-sama told us to look at. And I won't lie, he's both cute and hot. What do you think, Mimiko?" her orange-haired sister asked, making her sibling embarrassed. I don't want to answer, she admitted, though the way she said it gave her answer away. Thank you for what you've done. There are no words to describe how grateful we are, the village chief said while the two sorcerers were in front of him. His smile, however, suddenly vanished as his face expression turned grim. Besides that, I believe you two can help us in another issue. And what is that issue? Izuku asked, and the old man signaled for them to follow him. As they walked, the boy noticed that they were heading to an old house that was kind of far from the village itself. What is this? Mei asked, and though the chief hesitated, he answered anyway. What most of the village believed to be the person that caused the disappearances happen. As they continued through the hallway, Izuku noticed that there was writing on the wall, saying, "The cursed child," making him not just confused, but also leaving a very bad feeling in his stomach. They made it to a door, which the chief opened. When they walked inside, Izuku and Mei's eyes widened when seeing a little girl with white grayish hair sitting behind a wooden cage, covered in bruises and cuts. What is the meaning of this? Izuku asked as he was starting to become very pissed off when seeing what was in front of him. The girl is the daughter of two people of our village that were very strange. They possessed strange abilities, and we didn't like it because ever since they displayed these abilities, the disappearances started to appear. When the people had them executed, it stopped, and we thought that it was normal. We even thought their daughter was normal. But we were proven wrong. One day, a child claimed to see the daughter show off the same strange abilities like her parents, specifically just like her mother. I realized what this could lead to, so I had some of my men put her here. Every time she used her abilities, it always caused the disappearances of our people, so it would result in the disappeared people's loved ones coming here to deliver punishment to the girl, which is why you see cuts and bruises on her. And unlike the rest of the villagers, I am the only one who treats her with kindness. Although I refused, many of the villagers are constantly keep telling me that she must be killed like how her parents were. It is hypocritical of me to say that it was sick, since I had her parents killed. Upon hearing this, Izuku balled his hand into a fist out of rage. His eyes were focused on the girl, seeing how she was shivering and trembling in fear before turning to the chief, who was unaware of what was making him tremble. However, Mei put a hand to his shoulder, calming Izuku down as he looked at her, giving him an "don't worry" expression. What if we were able to take her off your hands? She offered, surprising the man. What? Even the girl became surprised when hearing this, though she was still a little frightened. Are you sure? Her abilities would just attract those things killed our people. And you're forgetting that we're the same people that took out the people of those disappearances. We're specialized in this manner. Please, allow us to take the girl and you'll have no disappearance anymore. The chief stayed silent before nodding his head. Very well. He took out the key for the girl's cell and unlocked it before entering inside. All right, Eri, you'll be going with these nice people, leaving the horrible conditions that we had to put you through. They're going to give you a better life. The girl, Eri, nodded her head before walking with the old man. She stood in front of the two sorcerers as Izuku kneeled down to her level. I think he said your name was Eri, right? He asked before offering a handshake, which made the girl flinch. Oh, sorry, forgot that you were abused, I'll wait until you're comfortable. Eri hesitated for a moment before taking the boy's hand, feeling the warmth it had. It was difficult from the coldness of the villagers that abused her every day. Izuku picked her up, surprising the girl as Eri was out on his back. I felt like a piggyback ride was a better option instead of letting you walk, he said while the girl didn't know what to say. With her now in their custody, the two walked out of the village with Eri on Izuku's back. Well, hopefully Gojo-sensei can help Eri out with her situation. Because, where is she gonna live now? He's probably gonna convince Principal Yaga to allow her to stay at the school with you. And I must say, the woman turned to notice the tight grip that Eri had on Izuku's shirt. Even though you just met, she seems to trust you. I don't know what she means, the boy thought before a question popped into his head. I wonder how Yuta's doing right now. At Hapina Shopping District, Yuta and Inamaki were up on the second floor of the shopping district, hiding from the cursed spirit below them. When they had originally gotten there, the cursed speech user managed to exorcise the cursed spirit that were a bunch of fish, and when they thought the mission was over, the veil didn't lift. That's when they were ambushed by an even higher level cursed spirit, one that had a technique to summon pillars of light that can evaporate anything it strikes down upon by saying one word, Zomba. During the ambush, Inumaki said, "Twist," causing the spirit's arm to be twisted, though his finger was twisted when he pushed Yuta out of the way as the pillar of light struck down on them. Yuta grabbed him and dragged Inumaki out of there, though, in doing so caused Inumaki's bottle of cough syrup medication for his throat to be dropped, left with the cursed spirit. "That curse, he said they'd be low level," Yuta said while catching his breath. "This isn't what we were told. There's that thing's size, too. It's way scarier than the big guys from the elementary school." As bullets of sweat dropped down his face, his eyes widened when remembering something. "That's right, Inumaki-kun, you're hurt. Is your finger okay?" His classmate reveals his hand, which only had his index finger broken. "Wow, that looks painful." "Salmon," Inumaki muttered before fixing his finger. "You shouldn't mess with it," Yuta said as the boy continued adjusting his broken finger. "Sorry, it's my fault." He got up to see that the cursed spirit was still there, in the exact same spot. "It doesn't seem to be pursuing us or searching for us. I'll contact Ijichi-san." However, when Yuta pulled out his phone, he noticed that there's no service. "Out of service? But why?" he questioned. Benito flakes. He looked to see what Inumaki was pointing at, and it was the veil. "Because of the veil. If the veil won't lift, then we have to exorcise it, right?" Inumaki didn't respond as he got up before walking back. "Inumaki-kun." Yuta got up and walked towards him. "Should you be moving around already?" His classmate held up a hand, signaling for him to stop. "Kelp," he replied with a shake of his head, making Yuta realize what he meant. "You're going to go alone." He didn't get an answer as Inumaki turned around and walked. Yuta's eyes widened at the realization, making him look down and grip the leather strap that held his sword. "Thank you, Inumaki-kun." His words surprised the boy, making him turn back to face Yuta. "But I'm all right." He saw his eyes were filled with determination to help him out. "Let's both do our best together." Back down on the ground floor, Yuta walked towards the cursed spirit, who noticed his presence. "Oh. Get him, Yuta," Rika's voice said as he prepared himself for battle. The cursed spirit let out a roar that blew the wind. "It's mad." "Why? It was already scary enough." Yuta noticed the spirit lift its fingers, making him get ready to use the pillar of light. "Don't take your eyes off of him. Don't stop moving." Cursed energy started to run through his blade. Imbue the curse into the katana. Once he did that, the cursed spirit lifted its fingers, summoning a pillar of light that Yuta dodged. It didn't stop as another one was fired upon him. Yuta ran across the shopping district as pillars of light fell upon him, which he dodged. The boy turned back, dodging another pillar of light, making him get closer to the curse. Inumaki-kun is kind. He doesn't want to accidentally curse others, so he speaks in either rice ball ingredients or throat text-to-speech, things that can't carry curses. Even today, he helped me out. He tried to keep me away from danger. He jumped off of a garbage can as another pillar of light struck down on it, before jumping onto a wall and then bouncing off of it. Even back then, he was showing consideration for my anxiety, wasn't he? The cursed spirit launched another pillar of light, but it missed Yuta, who landed behind the curse and prepared to strike it. Zora. It lifted its hand up, which had summoned light into its palm to protect itself from the slash, though it landed a shallow cut. That was shallow. And he's tough, Yuta thought as his sword was swinging up and down. Another pillar of light burned through the wall, making him dodge, though it got him. I still can't compete with this curse, but... With blood running down his head, Yuta rushed and slid under the cursed spirit, allowing him to grab the bottle of medicine. Inumaki-kun. The boy shouted to his friend, throwing the bottle to the second floor. "I'll make sure to respond to Inumaki's kindness." Inumaki jumped out of the window and managed to grab his medicine bottle. Though the curse noticed him, it was unable to do anything as the boy unscrewed the cap and drank the medicine. The cursed spirit unleashed a pillar of light that made him dodge. It continued to fire a flurry of light pillars that the grade 2 sorcerer dodged. "Get crushed." His words caused the cursed spirit to get pushed together before being crushed, with its purple blood spilling onto the floor. Wow, Yuta commented in surprise. Mustard leaf. Inumaki shouted as he ran over to check on his friend before pulling out his phone, immediately on text-to-speech. Are you okay? Oh, I'm fine, it's only a scratch, the boy replied while wiping off the blood with his jacket. Yuta looked to see Inumaki offering his hand for a high five. Salmon. He realized what it meant before lifting up his hand. Yeah, good work, Yuta replied, with the two sharing a high five. I won't be able to stay at Jujutsu High anymore, but until then, I want to be useful to everyone. Oh, what do we do about the veil? As the two boys tried to figure out what to do with the barrier that hasn't been lifted, they were unaware of a figure watching them from atop of a platform in the shopping district. What a shame. I came here to see this rumored Rika-chan, the man said while a cursed spirit came to him and spit out Yuta's ID card, along with Izuku's. As a fellow special grade, I was hoping to meet her soon. I needed to deliver something he and his friend dropped, too. It's been a couple of days since the boys went on their second missions, and with Eri being taken into Jujutsu High, Yuta and Inumaki were freed from the veil, which allowed them to leave and explain the situation to Eijichi, who wondered what took them so long. As for Izuku, he and Mei explained Eri's situation to Gojo, who agreed that Eri would stay at the school, if he manages to convince the principal, Mashamiki Yaga, to allow it. Right now, Inumaki was outside watering the school plants while Izuku, Yuta and Panda watched him from inside the school building. Toge's cursed speech is something he's been able to use since he was born, so back in the day, he struggled quite a bit. Panda said while they saw their friend water the school plants. Sometimes he cursed people he never intended to curse. His situation was similar to yours, Yuta. That's why he's been worried about you since the day you transferred in. It's easy to misunderstand him, but he's a good guy. I hope you'll both be kind to him. Yeah, all. Danger sense went off as Izuku quickly reacted to Maki's staff, swiftly grabbing it as it surprised them. Dang, I'm starting to get the hang of this new cursed technique. The boy noted while letting go of the girl's weapon. How did you know that she was gonna do that? Yuta asked, being a bit thankful since she was gonna hug them to gain their attention. Well, during my mission with Mei, I grasped a hold of Hikage's cursed technique, Danger Sense. It allows me to detect any potential threats in the surrounding area, thus giving me the opportunity to react to them quickly, similar to a sixth sense. Since it also allows me to sense negative emotions, it also warns me of where cursed spirits are. What does it feel like when it activates? Panda asked. It's like a stabbing sensation in my head whenever I detect a threat. The boy replied. To test this, Maki started to throw jabs with her staff, causing Danger Sense to apart Izuku and have him dodge. No matter how fast she was, the girl couldn't get any hits in. No joke about it, I really can't get any hits in. She commented before relaxing. Anyway, enough of that. Come on, let's start morning training. Right. When seeing the interaction between the boy and girl caused Pans to snicker, which Maki heard. Panda, what are you laughing about? I'll kill you. Huh, it's nothing, though. Maki-san, hey, Yuta came up to her as he looked at his ring. I'd like to imbue my curse into my katana more smoothly. Do you know any tricks? Nope, she replied bluntly. Don't ask me about cursed energy. With that, Maki walked away, confusing the three. Back at Hapina Shopping District, police tape covered the scene of where Yuta and Inumaki's mission happened. I scoured every inch of the shopping district, and I found 3 different types of residuals. Assistant Supervisor Akari Nita said as she went over the report to Gojo. Even Eijichi-san said we wouldn't likely find any more than that. Okay, got it, thanks. You bet, she shouted while giving a salute. Gojo went forward as a police officer lifted up the tape for him to enter. He sniffed the air before looking up. The man walked around for a bit in the shopping district, only to stop when he looked to see a bridge that connected the building of the district. There was something up on that platform that made him suspicious. My apologies, Eijichu said as he and Gojo were in one of the buildings of the shopping district. Our inspection showed that someone lowered a second veil on top of my own. In addition, a semi-first grade curse made an unexpected appearance. It's my fault for not being more thorough. I'll accept any punishment. No, you're fine. You were just outclassed, Gojo stated. Meaning, do you have an idea who did it? The assistant supervisor asked, and got only one answer from him. Meanwhile, in a temple far elsewhere, a man in a Gojo Kesa kimono overlooked a bunch of people that bowed in front of him. Behind him were 3 tablets that said, "Death to fools, punishment to the weak, and love to the strong." Suguru Geto, Gojo's voice said as this person that was being bowed in front of him was that person, Suguru Geto. One of the 5 special grade Jujutsu sorcerers, who was banished from Jujutsu High after cursing 112 normal people to death. That gave him the title of being the worst curse user. After the people left, a mother and her adult daughter came inside of the temple to meet with Geto. The daughter looked at the tablets, making her feel very uncomfortable. "Really, I'll be fine. Let's go home now," she told her mother. "It's all right, just wait a little longer." But the doors slid open as the 2 turned to see Suguru Geto himself. He walked over to the front and sat down, looking at them. "So, you said your daughter was being haunted by a ghost. Isn't that right, Sato-san?" "Ah, yes, it's Saito, though," the mother said. "No, you're Sato-san," the man replied while holding up a hand. "That's what I've decided, so Sato is better." Mom, let's go home," her daughter begged again. "But you haven't been able to sleep lately, right? This is so shady, though. You constantly feel a piercing gaze upon you," Geto said, shocking the girl. "Sometimes your shoulders feel heavy, and it gets difficult to breathe, doesn't it? Almost as if you've forgotten how to breathe." He looked up to see the hands of a cursed spirit around her throat and groping her chest. "And you often dream about being raped. How did you know that?" she asked, but Geto didn't respond as he outstretched his hand. "Don't move." Slowly, the cursed spirit was pulled off of Sato and then turned into a dark ball, which Geto held in his hand. The daughter moved her shoulder only to find that it was back to normal. No way, I feel much better," she said with a smile while Geto smiled back. "Honestly, I don't even know how we could ever repay you," Sato's mother said as 3 of them were now outside of the temple. "Oh, no, we should all help each other in times of need. Please rely on me anytime you need to." The mother laughed while Sato smiled with a blush on her face. "See, I told you he was simply godly," her mother said while Sato nodded her head. "Godly, you're a smart one, aren't you?" Geto muttered as he watched the mother and daughter leave, only to replace his happy expression with that of one that showed his true colors. "Filthy monkey who can't even use jujutsu," he said while holding the orb that contained the daughter's curse. "Your true feelings are showing, Geto-sama," a woman said as she appeared next to him, making him stop grinning. This was his secretary, Minami Suda. "The leaders have all gathered in the meeting room." Geto pulled out a bottle filled with some sort of liquid as he started to spray himself with it. "What are you doing? What is that stuff you're spraying?" "It's disinfecting deodorant," he answered while putting the bottle away. "I don't have everyone to breathe in the monkey smell." They walked inside the building, going through a hallway. "I'm so happy. How long has it been since we all gathered?" Geto asked while smiling. "I know. Let's take a photo together since we're all here. Where'd I put my single lens?" "Right here." His secretary instantly pulled out the camera that he was talked about. Geto took it before taking about 3 photos when someone just had to interrupt. "Geto. Give me Geto." Coming down from the door and into the hallway was a short man in a business suit. "Geto. Damn you. Well, if it isn't Kanamori-san. What brings you here in such a panic?" "Don't play dumb," the man accused him as he pointed at Geto. "Hurry up and exorcise my curse. Do you know how much I've paid you?" "How much?" Geto asked his secretary. "Roughly 105 million yen. Minami answered when seeing the draft of his much money that they had earned from the donor. "But there have been no donations for the past 6 months. "Well, I guess that's it for you." "What are you saying?" Kanamori wasn't able to finish his sentence as he dropped to the floor in pain. "There are lots of monkeys in the world, and they all have their own role to play. There are money-collecting monkeys, and curse-collecting monkeys. You happen to be the former. If you're out of money, I have no further use for you." Geto swallowed the ball before snapping his fingers. Screw you. Those were the man's last words as cursed spirits with wings and long lips grabbed at the skin of his head, pulling on it while muttering, "Suck, suck," eventually tearing his flesh apart, staining the walls with his blood. Manami moved her foot away when his blood came toward her. "Disgusting. I can't believe he's part of the same species," she said in disgust while looking at the man's corpse. "Now you know why I'm always saying that they're nothing but monkeys." Geto replied before they walked off. "The time is right, my family," the man said after opening the doors to the meeting room, seeing all the members of his group were there. "Let's lower the curtain on the age of monkeys and build a paradise for Jujutsu sorcerers." The members of Geto's family were his two adoptive daughters, Mimiko and Nanako, Jujutsu sorcerer from Africa named Miguel, Laru, who was a tall man with hearts covering the nipples on his chest, and lastly was Toshihisa Negi. "First, we must fell the cornerstone of the Jujutsu world, Jujutsu High." Speaking of the school, Izuku and Yuta were walking with their classmates before stopping when the two boys sensed something. "What's the matter, Yuta?" Izuku, Panda asked. Well, I just had a bad premonition. It felt like we're being watched." Izuku answered while looking thoroughly at the sky. "You're just imagining things," Maki said before continuing to walk away. "Yup, imagining things," Panda agreed with her statement as he and Inumaki walked. Benito flakes. Guys, wait. "Well, your ability to sense cursed energy sucks, you know," Panda commented. "Figured it'd be dulled, with Rika constantly being with him. But Izuku's been able to sense any curses with danger sense, so maybe that was it for him," Maki said while continuing to walk. Tuna. As they walked, from the inside of the school building, Principal Yaga and Gojo were watching over their students. "We still aren't picking up on any actions from Geto," Yaga said while continuing to monitor the students. "Are you sure you're not worried over nothing?" "Principal, I'm sad to say that's not possible. I confirmed it myself on the scene. There's not way I would mistake the residuals of Suguru's cursed energy. And by the way, where's Eri? She's in the other room, with my cursed corpses posing as her caretakers. I had given them the order to make sure that she is safe, even though they did frighten her at first," the principal replied before brushing his beard. Suguru. Suddenly, they picked up a familiar presence of cursed energy that got the two of them on high alert. "God damn it. Speak of the devil," Yaga cursed before rushing out. "Gather all sorcerers in campus, semi-first grade and above, in the circle out front." "That's unusual," Maki commented as the first-year students looked up at the sky. "Seems like Izuku and Yuta's intuition was correct," Panda replied. "Salmon." Inumaki agreed. Flying in the air before landing in front of the students was a seagull-like cursed spirit, as it had 4 wings and a larger beak. A man jumped down from it when it landed. "You're not staff," Maki said while she and Panda got on guard. "I haven't seen that curse before." "Salmon row," Inumaki commented while lifting his scarf down. "That is, one really weird-looking bird," Izuku said while the curse opened its mouth, letting Laru, Mimiko and Nanami step out as they were inside. "This place never changes," Geto commented when seeing his old school. "Yuck, Geto-Sams, is this really Tokyo?" Nanako asked when seeing the school, which disgusted her. "Feels like the sticks." "Nanako, that's rude," Mimiko said while holding her doll. "What? But don't you think so, too, Mimiko?" she asked her sister before noticing Izuku. "Oh, it's the hot guy. Look, Mimiko, it's him." Their words just made the boy confused. "Come on. Get off already," Laru said. "Aren't you cold?" Nanako asked. "Who are they?" Yuta asked. "Oh, it's a panda. How cute." "And who are all of you?" Panda asked while adjusting his gloves. "Intruders aren't allowed in, by Yuta and Izuku here." "Kelp." "Huh?" The two boys looked absolutely confused. "Go home before you get beaten, by Izuku and Yuta," Maki shouted, with the intent of leaving the intruders beat down by the transfer students. "Are you guys seriously gonna leave them to us?" Izuku asked with a look of confusion. In a flash, Geto appeared in front of the ladder and clasped his hands together with his. "Nice to meet you, Midoriya-kun. As well to you, Akatsu. I'm Suguru Geto." "He's fast." The 3 first-year students noted as they couldn't comprehend Geto's speed. Nice to meet you, the boys muttered. You both possess truly wonderful powers, I see. The man said with a smile. I believe that great power ought to be used towards great ends. Have you two ever questioned the current state of the world? This world where Jujutsu sorcerers act in secret in order to protect the order of commonplace society. You see, there's this established paradox saying the strong must accommodate the weak. He lets go of their hands as Geto puts his arms around them. It's so deplorable, the man said with an expression that weirds them out. The apex of all creation has halted its own path of evolution. It's nonsense. It's high time mankind reconsidered its strategy for survival. Which is why we'd like you two to help us. Help you with, what exactly? Izuku asked. We're going to kill all non-sorcerers and create a world with only Jujutsu sorcerers. Geto replied, completely shocking the students. What is he saying? Could you stop preaching your crazy beliefs to my students? A voice asked as Geto turned around to see his old friend, Satoru Gojo. Satoru. Long time no see, he replied with a smile as Yaga, Mei, and other sorcerers appeared. First of all, get away from those kids, Suguru. Geto looked at him before a smile formed on his face. I had heard this year's first years were all outstanding students. Now I understand. It was all you doing. 2 special grade cursed humans. A cursed corpse mutation. The descendant of the cursed speech users, and the Zenin clan's biggest failure. Hearing herself being called the biggest failure, pissed off Maki. You piece of shit. She cursed as the girl pointed her weapon at him. You better watch that mouth of yours, because I don't need any monkeys like you in the world that I'm creating. Izuku and Yuta brushed his hands off of them. Sorry, I don't know what you're taking about, but both of the boys gave Geto a glare of anger. We don't help anyone who insults our friends. Hearing this, Geto let out a sigh. My apologies, it wasn't my intention to upset you both, he said with an apologetic tone, just when Gojo intervened. Then what exactly did you come here for? To declare war. Geto answered his friend's question. Everyone gathered here, open your ears and listen closely. On the coming December 24th, when the sun sets, we shall conduct the night parada of 100 demons. Yags gritted his teeth when hearing his former student make a declaration of war against them. It will take place in the Crucible of Curse, Shinjuku, Tokyo, and the Holy Land of Jujutsu, Kyoto. We will unleash 1,000 curses upon each place. And of course, their command will be, massacre. If you wish to avoid a scene straight out of hell, come and stop it with all of your might. Geto stated before a smile formed on his face. Let us freely curse each other. Silence followed after his statement, only for Nanami to scream when scrolling through her phone and noticed something. Geto-sama. The store's gonna close. Is it that late already? He asked before turning back to Gojo. I'm sorry, Satoru. These girls just insist on getting crepes from Takashita Street. Hurry, so I'll be taking my leave. With that, Geto turned back around. Good grief. I don't see what's so good about a place with so many monkeys. Did you think we'd just let you leave? Gojo questioned, making Geto stop. You don't want to do that. Using his cursed technique, a giant cursed spirit was summoned before them as it roared. Your precious students are within my range, the man said as the students were surrounded by cursed spirits. Well, everyone, see you on the battlefield on the day of war. Geto said with a wave of goodbye. Nanako gave a wink and blew a kiss to Izuku, who appeared very confused by the gesture while Maki noticed it, and within her heart, she became deeply annoyed by this just before the curse users flew away on the seagull cursed spirit. Gojo looked at the sky as he recalled his old friend's words from the past. Survival of the weakest. That's the proper form society should take. It should help discourage the strong. Listen, Satoru. Sorcerer exists to protect non-sorcerers. That's your argument. I hate righteous. His mind then flashes back to the day Geto turned into a curse user and he confronted him about his actions of murdering 112 villagers and killing his parents. Are you the strongest because you're Satoru Gojo? Or are you Satoru Gojo because you're the strongest? What are you trying to say? If I could become you, then wouldn't my foolish ideal become reasonable possibilities? I've decided how to live my life. All that's left is to do what I can to the best of my ability. Even as they sat at their own places, The former friends recalled the memories of that day. How Gojo tried to kill him, but couldn't bring himself to do it. Suguru Geto. Ijichi said the man's name as everyone was in a meeting room to discuss the threat made against them by the curse user. A special grade curse user who uses cursed spirit manipulation. He's able to draw in and manipulate naturally occurring, unbound cursed. It seems he's established a religion group to collect cursed from its followers. He should still have the curses he previously possessed, and considering the declining trend in the number of curses reported in the recent years, his claim to possess 2,000 may no be a bluff. Even so, statistically, most of them have to be weaklings at grade 2 or below. Yaga commented, knowing what curses his former student was able to absorb. Even with a generous estimate, there can't be more than 50 curse users. That's actually the scary part. Gojo noted as he voiced his opinion. I find it hard to believe he'd start a war he couldn't win. God damn. The principal of the school cursed in frustration. Put out a call for aid to all alumni, the 3 major clans, and even the Ainu Jujutsu Society. It's an all-out war. This time, that curse, Geto, will be completely exorcised. That's what that muscle-brained principal is probably spouting right now, Geto said, predicting the actions of his former teacher as time slowly moved to the inevitable day of the Night Parade of 100 Demons. If we seriously tried to kill each other, our chances of success would be about 30%, Geto stated as he voiced over what was currently happening in the present of December 24th, with many sorcerers gathered in Shinjuku and Kyoto, prepared for the Night Parade of 100 Demons. Meanwhile, the cursed spirit manipulation user walked through the campus of Tokyo Jujutsu High, killing the assistant supervisors that were placed there as he was on the move for something. If the Jujutsu Society joins in as well, we'll barely have a 20% chance. However, there's just one move that makes that slim chance of victory jump straight to 99%. I kill Yuta Akatsu and obtain the special grade cursed apparition, Rika Orimoto. He said to his group as this meeting happened before the event. Nay, Geto-sama. If you need to kill the gloomy one, why ask the cutie to join when he declined? Nanako asked, obviously referring to Izuku. To put it simply, I was interested in his abilities, considering he had swallowed the cursed object of the 8 ancient sorcerers, which makes it powerful because the techniques of 8 sorcerers from long ago are inside of that object. I thought it would be useful to us, but I can see that Izuku Midoriya will never join in. Geto replied before a grin formed on his face. They still naively believe my bluff from my time at the school. It doesn't matter if the cursed spirit is bound. So long as I kill its master, I can absorb any curses I want. With such high odds of victory, the school won't use Akatsu as one of their cards. After all, there's a chance he could wipe both enemies and allies. The true purpose of the Night Parade of 100 Demons is to get Yuta Akatsu isolated and unprotected. Midoriya has only 2 of the techniques mastered, so he won't be a problem. Now, let's raise the curtain on a new age. While Geto headed towards the school building, inside of the school itself, Izuku and Yuta were currently playing with Eri, who became less frightful of the people around her. Yuta looked up at the ceiling while Izuku was having fun with Eri and Principal Yaga's dolls, who were also having fun with the girl. Sounds like something crazy is going down, he said when hearing something. Suddenly, Maki kicked the door open, surprising the two. Maki-san, the boys said simultaneously. What are you guys doing here? Classes are cancelled for the week. Well, we kind of felt reckless, so we're just playing with Eri, as well as keeping her company. Yuta answered while the girl was playing party cake with one of the dolls. No one in the dorms is around, either. That's because the second years were dispatched to Kyoto earlier. Toge and the third and fourth years are in Shinjuku as backup. The girl said while getting on top of a desk to sit on it. The principal really liked Panda, too, so he's probably with Toge. I see. You know, since you're here, I want to show you something, Izuku said before getting up and head towards them. During Novement in the beginning of December, I managed to get a hold of 2 more techniques. He places his hand into the desk where Maki sat on, and to her utter surprise, it started to lift up into the air before stopping in midair. What the heck is this? It's Shimura-san's cursed technique, called float. She told me that it allowed her or anything and anyone she touches to levitate in midair. It also allowed her to fly, something like Superman can do. The boy said, proving its effects by making Eri float, making the girl giggle as she was the first one to be touched by it. Thankfully, she didn't float into space. In order to cancel its effect, I just put the tips of my fingers together. He did what he said and put his fingertips together, and say release. Eri and the desk stopped levitating before dropping to the ground, only for a black tendril to grab the girl. And what's that thing? It's Banjo's cursed technique. It allowed him to sprout black tendrils from anywhere, even from his body in the air. It also provided him with a shikigami of his own. Izuku said while Yuta grabbed Eri. Coming out of a black hole was a small yet medium-sized shikigami that had white glowing eyes as it rubs its head on its new master's arm, making Izuku pet it. According to Banjo-kun, this guy is pretty useful for a shikigami. For one, it gets more powerful yet sort of goes berserk if I let my emotions out of control, since it's connected to them. So I gotta control them. He didn't name it, but since it reminds me of a character of a comic I read, I think I'll call it Venom. Well, he does look like the symbiote alien. Maki said before looking at them, noticing their expression. Ask. Huh? You two have been curious, right? About what I'm a failure. Okay. Well, while it must have been an uncomfortable topic for you, I will admit, what that guy said about you being the Zenin clan's biggest failure had me confused and wanting answers. Hearing Izuku's words made the girl sigh. My family, the Zenin clan, is one of the elite families of Jujutsu sorcerers known as the three major clans. Kudo mentioned how he came from the Zenin clan, but he seemed disgusted about it. Izuku noted in his head, recalling the man's tone of voice. Do you know what the minimum requirement to be a Jujutsu sorcerer is? Huh? What is it? Yuta asked while covering his mouth as he tried to guess. Is it being able to see curses? Izuku asked, getting a nod from the girl. Oh, right. Ordinary people can sometimes see them in special circumstances, like at death's door, but I can't see curses without these lame glasses, she said, taking off her glasses and revealing how pretty her face looked. The cursed tools I use are already imbued with cursed energy. It doesn't come from me, though, thanks to that, I got out of that family. The food was awful, the rooms were small, and it was crawling with old men I didn't know. It seriously sucked. Both of the boys looked at her as they were starting to connect the dots. Don't use my last name. Not everyone has a resistance to curses like you two. Don't ask me about cursed energy. So, why are you still a Jujutsu sorcerer, then? Because I'm spiteful. She replied to Izuku's question. I'm going to make that family cry when I return to them as a grade 1 sorcerer who can't see curses. Then I'll crush the Zenin clan from within. Maki ended her declaration with a proud smile before noticing their expressions. What? Nothing. Just thinking that it was definitely you. Yuta answered. I wish I could be like you. To be strong and unyielding. You were pretty amazing back then on our first mission, with the way you swung your sword and cut the curses like butter. Izuku commented with a smile. That guy was wrong about you, Maki. You're not a failure, you're an amazing person who I see can achieve her goal. His words took the girl off guard, surprising her. Her mind flashes back to her childhood. A 6-year-old Maki was playing with her friends inside of the Zenin household, being happy. I wish I had never given birth to you. The voice of her mother echoed in her mind as the child slowly lost her smile and started to cry when her mother had commanded the girls to never be near her. You're the shame of the Zenin clan. Everyone, you don't want to turn out like Maki. If there's anything you need help with, just ask and I'll be there, Izuku said with his signature smile. Like say, let's crush the Zenin clan. Maki stayed silent for a bit before moving. Morons. There's no point if I don't do it myself, she said, getting down from the desk. I'm going back to my room. Wait? Izuku asked, and she did, turning back to face him. Her eyes widened when seeing a small box in his hands. Since tomorrow's Christmas, I didn't know what to get for everyone, and I didn't know what you wanted, so I decided on this. It's my way of saying, thanks, for everything you did in helping me learn during our training. The girl looked at the box, hesitating for a moment before taking the present. Thanks, she said, proceeding to walk out of the room and close the door behind her. Am I an idiot? She asked herself before a blush formed on her face. Don't start thinking this means you've been accepted. Her mind became curious as she looked at Izuku's gift. Despite knowing it was a day early and she didn't get anything for Christmas in the 15 years of her life, Maki tore off the paper covering the box and opened it. She looked and saw a necklace inside of the case, which she took out. The girl opened it up, which revealed a photo of the first-year students, huddled together, as the picture was molded to fit the frame. Maki smiled before putting around her neck with the blush still being on her face, reminding of how the boy said he was thankful for what she taught him. "You're welcome, Izuku." Outside of the building, Geto looked down at the school before commencing his plan. Emerge from darkness, blacker than darkness. Purify that which is impure. As he said that, a veil was formed over the school, causing the students to hear the noise of it forming. A veil was drawn over the school? Yuta asked while looking out the window. But who, and why? In Shinjuku, waves of cursed spirits ran amok while the sorcerers prepared for battle. Keep the destructions of buildings and infrastructure to a minimum. Yaga ordered the other sorcerers while Gojo looked around. There's a chance some civilians still haven't evacuated. If you find any, evacuate them. Are you listening, Satoru? There's one guy who looks like trouble, the man said as he looked towards a building where Miguel stood on top. I see. That bandaged guy, he said while Minami stood beside him. Yes. We'll take care of the rest. I've said this many times, but... I know. We're only stalling them, right? Let's just take it easy and have some fun until Geto finishes his job. Speaking of the man, Geto became annoyed when seeing someone crossing paths with him. You're here. Is it a problem if I am? Maki asked, for it was her who was in Geto's way as she carried her weapon, which she pointed at him. What the hell are you doing here? The man didn't answer, only smiling before using his cursed technique to summon some centipede cursed spirits. Sorry about this, but I don't have time to chat with monkeys. Gojo-san. Ijichi shouted to the man as he ran over. I have a report. However, he noticed how deep in thought Gojo was. What's the matter? Well, that guy loves to show off, and he's not on the front lines? Is he in Kyoto? We should have received some kind of word if he was. It's nothing. What's up? I know this isn't the best time, but I thought it was wise to speak up sooner. It's about the investigation into Akatsu that you previously requested. Ijichi said before relaying everyone to the man, making him gasp. Panda. Toge. He called to his students while going towards them. What is, whoa, Panda couldn't ask any questions as his teacher grabbed him and Inumaki. No question. I'm sending you two to Jujutsu High right now. Huh? He started to make some signs on the ground, circling around the two. Geto is there now. I'm absolutely, probably, certain. Which is it? If my intuition is right, in the worst case, Yuta, Maki and Izuku could die, he said, shocking them as Gojo puts his hands together. I'll head there right after I take care of that foreigner. Protect those things. Sorry, but defend them with your lives. The two looked at each other before nodding. Salmon, right. Enclosing his hands together allowed Gojo to warp them to the school, which Minami and Miguel saw. No way, they figured it out. This is why I said you should at least prepare a stand-in. Miguel retorted. A bad dummy would make things worse. That's what Geto-sama said. The woman replied before talking into a microphone. Mimiko, Nanako. What? Nanako asked while scrolling through her phone. We're steeping up the plan. Engage. Her words caused the sisters to smile before they exited out of the curse that they were hiding inside of. I've been waiting for this. I'm your opponent. Miguel pulled out a bunch of black rope from his side as he prepared himself to battle against the teacher of students, special grade. Sorry. Gojo muttered as he turned around and pulled off his bandages, revealing his glowing blue eye on the left side of his face when he stared intensely at the men. But I'm in a hurry right now. Outside of Jujutsu High, Inumaki and Panda appeared in the air, flying straight towards the school. A veil's been drawn. Does that mean Satoru's intuition was right? Panda questioned. I'll break the veil. Then we take the shortest route. Pollock Row. Oh. Geto muttered as he sensed something before it made him smile. Someone made a hole in my veil. In front of him was a beaten-up Maki, who was bleeding due to how badly he injured her. Nothing ever goes quite as planned. Should take them 5 minutes from the point of entry to here. Should I ignore them, or should I take care of them? He stopped walking before putting a finger to his chin. It's so hard to decide. Just then, the wall shattered completely as Panda emerged from the dust. They broke through all the walls to take the shortest route. Not bad. Geto dodged a punch from Panda, who attempted to strike him again but failed. The cursed corpse of the principal turned to see his friend on the ground. Maki. However, this distracted him from the curse user, who dealt a kick to his face. Focus. Don't get distracted, he said before punching Panda, slamming his face into the ground. This guy can handle close combat, too. When Geto attempted to kick him, Panfa grabbed him and slammed the man through the concrete. But of course, he managed to get out of his hold and live. When the curse user went in to strike again, Panda roared as his appearance changed into his gorilla form. Oh? Geto muttered in surprise before dodging a strike. Panda attempted to strike the man down, but to no avail, even when they had jumped down to the lower level. Geto summoned worm-like cursed spirits to attack, but Panda smashed them, only for the man to disappear from his sight. Predictable, Geto said, for he was behind him, because it was a faint, drumming beat. His hand flowed with cursed energy, as the man used one of his curses to block the attack, but Panda blasted the curse user back. The cursed corpse went on an all-out assault, attempting to strike Geto down, but the man was able to slip past between his attacks. As he lured Panda around with his cursed spirits, Geto picked up Maki's weapon before throwing it, which stabbed Panda through the chest. That was close. Same to you, the cursed corpse said before collapsing. When he did, Inumaki appeared, pulling down his scarf. Plummet. This command caused Geto to get crushed and plummeted to the ground, making a massive hole in the concrete. Inumaki coughed up blood as Panda came to his aid, though in default Panda form. Toge, you okay? See, Caviar. Yeah, Maki comes first, he said before they rushed over to their friend. Maki, are you okay? Panda asked while seeing how badly wounded she was. Maki? Mustard leaf. Maki croaked as she showed signs of life by muttering out one thing. And not yet. Huh? Her words comrade then confused, yet she had a point. Behind them, Geto was still alive, riding on top of a giant cursed spirit. He smiled before a tremor was heard throughout the school, even where Izuku, Yuta and Eri were as they heard it. Another quake. Yuta questioned. Seriously, what is happening? Izuku commented, wanting to know what on earth was going on out there before danger sense triggered in his head again. What the, why am sensing danger again? Wait, shit. Yuta, come with me. Why? The boy questioned, but didn't get any answers. Eri, you stay here with the principal's dolls. The girl nodded as she was getting a little worried from all the tremors while the two boys left. Outside, the cursed spirit had crushed Maki, Inumaki and Panda through a wall, injuring them very badly, with the girl having her left leg broken, the cursed speech user being bruised and bleeding while the cursed corpse had his arms torn off. Wonderful, just wonderful, Geto said in awe while walking forward. I am incredibly touched right now. You all raced here to save Okatsu and Midoriya, right? Jujutsu sorcerers are sacrificing themselves for fellow sorcerers. Affection, admiration, the world I long for is here before my eyes. Standing before them were Izuku and Yuta, who couldn't believe what they were seeing. Their friends, injured on the ground, and looking like they were on death's door. Maki, Izuku muttered when seeing the girl, and noticing that she was wearing the gift he gave to her earlier, as she was holding onto it, even with how badly injured she was. To be honest, I wanted you to live, too, Okatsu. Midoriya, as well, but this is all for the future of the Jujutsu world. Panda, Yuta muttered as he looked at his friend's condition. Why Yuta? Izuku, the two turned to see Toge as he called to them. Inumaki. Run, away. Hearing this and seeing how their friends were injured made the two boys grit their teeth in anger. Come out, Rika, Yuta shouted as the cursed spirit of his childhood friend appeared behind him, for this was the second time she fully manifested. I will kill you, and no, we will murder you. Izuku screamed as he released his newly acquired Shikigami, which grew bigger due to how it reacted to its master's emotions. The Shikigami grew a mouth before extending its mass. It opened its mouth, allowing a sword to exit out as the boy grabbed it. Tremors were heard throughout the campus as the two boys and their Shikigami attacked Geto. Quantity before quality, the man said, seeing his cursed spirits get destroyed by Izuku as he and Yuta land on the town while Rika and the black Shikigami appeared behind them. What's your move, Queen of Curses? Izuku and Yuta stepped on the cursed as they cut them down with their blade before having Rika and Venom retreat to them. Venom. The Shikigami opened its mouth, letting out Panda, Maki and Toge. These three are horribly wounded, especially Maki. Yuta noted in his head when seeing the girl mutter in pain. I won't let you die. His hand glowed with red cursed energy as it envelopes the three, which began to heal them. However, Rika came in and grabbed Maki, stopping the process as she looked at the girl. Not fair, not fair. It's always you, she shouted before attempting to hurt her. What are you doing, Rika? Yuta asked as his curse turned to him, seeing how angry he was. Huh, that woman saved me. Handle her with more care than a butterfly or a flower. His face expression and tone of voice made her scared as Rika returned Maki back to him. I'm sorry. Don't be mad, she pleaded while tears dripped down her face. I'm not mad. Don't hate me, I don't hate you. Besides, Maki already has a preference, he said, turning to see Izuku, who looked down at Geto, who was waiting for what they were going to do next. His hand twitched in anger. I want to end this guy so badly. You're not the only one, Yuta replied as he stood up top on the railing with his friend. Our enemy is that man there, he said to Rika. Yuta, do you hate him? Yes, I loathe him. Then I hate him too. Welcome back, Geto said as the two boys landed on two communications poles. Why did you stop attacking? Healing with cursed energy requires an advanced reverse cursed technique. It was more advantageous to let you divine your attention over there. His centipede cursed spirits came over to him. Now, shall we start where we left off? He asked before commanding the curses to attack. Rika, we're doing that. Izuku, please cover your ears, Yuta said as Izuku did what he said before a megaphone was created, which he grabbed. However, Geto noticed it had a symbol on it. Snake eyes and fangs. Those are the cursed seals of the Inumaki clan. Yuta lifted up the megaphone as the curses came towards them. Die. This command made the cursed spirits die by blowing up into pieces. Wonderful, Geto commented when seeing this. Cursed speech is a powerful technique passed down in the Inumaki clan, yet this young man pulled it off with less than a year of studying jujutsu. They really is hard to use, Yuta said as he felt the back draw to his vocal cords. The cursed energy scatters, and it's hard to aim. Inumaki-kun is incredible. So Rika Orimoto's true form is ever-changing. She's an endless bundle of cursed energy. Yes, my friends are amazing. And you, I want her even more, Geto said with a grin. I'll beat you to a pulp, Yuta declared as the battle continued to heat up. Back in Shinjuku, the sorcerers were currently dealing with the loads of cursed spirits, and damage to the city was increasing. One sorcerer with a mask on his head battled some cursed spirits before throwing a punch at one giant cursed spirit, completely exorcising it as he lifted his mask to show his face. Why is Nanami-san in Kyoto? I wanted him to see me shine. Shut up. One of the sorcerers, grade 1 sorcerer Atsuya Kusakabe shouted as he cuts down a cursed spirit. Quit griping and fight. There are still more coming. To prove his point, a curse rushed at him, but the man blocked it back. Man, what a pain. Mei grinned as she chopped 3 cursed spirits in half with her battle axe. That makes 50. I wish Izuku-kun is here, but he wasn't called. I've cleared the numbers required for the incentive, so now to work a little bit more and aim for that full bonus, she said before turning to see more curses come toward her. Ijichi looked to see 3 assistant supervisors hanging from nooses that were hanging on a sign. How old are you two? He asked, turning around to see the sisters. 15. Nanako replied. You're still just children. It's not too late for you to turn back. You don't know right from wrong, do you? Annoying. Mimiko, doesn't he totally OISS you off? Nanako asked while grabbing her phone. Shall we hang him, Nanako? The other sister replied as she tightened the noose around her doll's neck. None of you know, do you? Just how jujutsu sorcerers are treated out in the damn sticks that aren't even on maps. Right or wrong, you all can enjoy that by yourselves, the sister said as the twins recalled their horrible past of abuse before being saved by the cursed spirit manipulation user. The way Geto-sama puts it, black is white, and white is black, too. We both believe in the world he's envisioned. Anyone who gets in his way, we'll hang. Something then crashed by them as it caught their attention. They looked to see that what crashed down to the ground was Miguel. Miguel, what are you doing? Look, and figure it out. The man replied. You're tenacious, Gojo said as he was behind him, making Miguel respond by swinging the rope at him, but the man cut it. That rope, it has an unusual curse woven into it. It's disrupting my techniques, he thought while his hand burned a bit, smoking even. I barely have half left, Miguel thought while noticing how much rope he had left. How many decades do you think it took the sorcerers in my country to weave this one rope? Like I care. 1 second of my time will outmatch it. That's all there is to it, Gojo said before aiming his hand towards a cursed spirit that was heading for them. You're in my way. A red ball of cursed energy formed in his hand, blasting and tearing through its head while a repelling force destroyed everything around them, surprising the three while Izuku knew what it meant. Not good, Gojo-san snapped. So this is the limitless technique Geto mentioned. It interferes on the atomic level, controlling space-time with precise manipulation of cursed energy. And what makes that all possible is the power of those eyes. Just over 12 more minutes until my quota. I keep running for my life. Miguel threw the rope, extending it as it grabbed the AC machine. He threw it at Gojo, only for it to break into pieces, distracting the man to allow him a chance to punch the limitless user, but the latter dodged the attack, continuing to evade each and every attack that the aboard sorcerers tried to throw at him. Gojo rushed forward before punching Miguel in the chest, the face, then kicking him back. He continued to charge forward, when the rope attached itself to a telephone pole's wires, ripping it as the man believed its sparks would prevent him from attacking. However, the limitless user proved him wrong by bypassing the sparks and the curses that charged at him. When a larger cursed spirit attempted to attack, Gojo warped away, allowing it to fall. Wow, Miguel shouted when Gojo threw a punch that exorcised the cursed spirit. He ran, using the rope to swing, but the latter appeared instantly before him. Ouch! Gojo grabbed the man by the collar of his shirt before tossing him towards a building where they clashed fists with each other. No matter how hard Miguel tried, Gojo was absolutely dogging the shit out him, hitting the man with lightning-fast punches and kicks. It made the beatdown seem like it came out of a kung fu movie. Just when he attempted to punch him again, Gojo saw that Miguel wasn't there and cursed spirit replaced him, when in reality the man was hiding behind them. That last round was dangerous. I focus on hit and run. I'll give everything I've got to endure these last 10 minutes. If I die, I'm cursing you, Geto. Inside of a mall, assistant supervisors carried injured sorcerers inside to be healed by the school nurse of Tokyo Jujutsu High and best user of the reverse curse technique, Shoko Ieri. Ieri-san, please look at this one, too. Akari asked while holding a patient. I will. Set him down over there. Right, what are you all doing? Shoko asked as she walked over to the others. It's all right, Akari assured the man. Ieri-san will fix you up. She got up before running. We're counting on you. Sheesh, the nurse muttered in annoyance, for her work just got increased. You really forced a heap of trouble on us, Geto. Izuku and Yuta landed on one side of the campus as their battle with Geto run amok on the school. It's your first time experiencing such violent emotion, and cursed energy as fill your bodies, isn't it? The man asked. That heightened of physical prowess, that sense of omnipotence, your senses must be sharpened, too. Behind him, he began to summon a cursed spirit, one that began to spit out a 3-staff cursed tool that he grabbed. The riff-raff are no match for either of you now. I'll have to crush the both of you myself. The two aimed their swords at him while Rika and Venom prepared to fight. Follow our lead, you two. Izuku muttered while his eyes contained such hatred in them. Mankind stands at the top of the food chain, yet they imagined the existence of higher beings and called them gods. Don't you find that strange? Especially when we Jujutsu sorcerers exist without belief. Izuku and Yuta took deep breaths before they shouted, immediately attacking Geto from either side. Using the cursed tool he had, the man blocked their sword strikes before dosing the attacks from their Shikigami. Concrete broke apart with every blow Rika and Venom did, as Geto blocked Yuta, only for Izuku to quickly appear behind him and kick the man in the face, sending him flying back. Yuta attempted to strike him down, but it was dodged as Geto was in midair. Venom came down at him, trying to bite the man, but he reflexively dodged it, slamming his cursed tool into its head. Izuku came in, holding onto a large piece of concrete that he threw at Geto, surprising him as he got slamming into a wall by the rubble. So fast, and to have the strength to be able to carry a piece of rubble that heavy. His eyes widened when Geto started to resemble Izuku to a man with a purple tight shirt, baggy white pants, who had the same cursed spirit that gave him the weapon as it wrapped around him. No, yup, Izuku's feats of superhuman physical prowess just activated Geto's PTSD. You fucking monkey, Geto shouted as he launched multiple centipedes at the boy, who simply slashes them down. Geto quickly grabbed his staff and attempted to swing down at him, only for the latter to instantly dodge it. Wait, I didn't sense him using cursed energy, does that mean? Yeah, Izuku muttered as he punched the man's face, sending him flying into the wall. Yagi-san said that if I used cursed energy, my strength would be held back by 50% because of heavenly restriction. But if I don't use cursed energy at all, with a swing of his arm, his sword cuts down half of the wall, nearly missing Geto as his face was grazed. I'm able to use my superhuman-like physical strength and speed, which overwhelms a monkey hater like you. Whatever. Geto immediately got up, dodging a hit from both Rika and Yuta before blocking Venom with the end hand of the staff while using the front to block a hit from both of the boys. In the end, those monkeys just want to avert their eyes from the existence of those better than them. Don't go saying childish crap like you want to be a god. Yuta retorted while Geto began to simon a curse. You're missing the point, Okatsu. He wrapped the boys with tentacles from an octopus-cursed spirit, which Rika and Venom ripped apart while the two broke out of their hold. However, this gave Geto the chance to hit them with his staff, sending them crashing into the wall. A crash was heard as the smoke cleared to reveal that Geto had missed, due to Rika and Venom saving them. What I long for isn't enlightenment. It's a chosen people. There are times when the strong are buried and oppressed by the weak due to sheer numbers. And I'm telling you that the audacity of those weak monkeys who do that because they think that they can defeat the strong makes me so sick I could vomit. Yuta, I'm all right. I'm used to it now. Are we done debating? Geto asked before seeing the two of them instantly speed blitz toward him. They're even faster now. He swung his cursed tool, only for them to dodge as Yuta was behind him while Izuku backed off. He imbued his sword with cursed energy, only for it to shatter when it came into contact with Geto. You shouldn't have done that. When you imbue a curse like that too abruptly, the vessel won't last. Didn't Satoru teach you that? You imbue curses hit by. Geto was shut up when Yuta socked him in the face, with sparks of black-reddish lighting cracking around the area as he sent the man flying back. Impossible. The phenomenon that creates a spatial distortion when a user connects an impact of cursed energy within 0.000001 seconds of a physical hit, black flash. As his body was in midair, Geto turned to see Izuku putting his fist back, ready to punch him with cursed energy. Not just Okatsu, but Midoriya. His thoughts were interrupted when Izuku landed a black flash to his face, spinning him around before getting lucky again and hitting Geto's back, implanting damage that should have permanently damaged his back, but the man used cursed energy to block the attack. Geto rolled away as he was taken back. You're not bad, both of you. I don't understand, Yuta shouted. I don't know about any sorcerers outside of this school, so I don't know if you're right or not. But in order to remain with all of my friends, in order for me to believe it's okay that I'm alive, I have to kill you. You're egotistical. Still, self-affirmation, huh? There's probably nothing more important than that in life, the man said while wiping the dirt off his face before getting back up. In which case, I'd also use my full force to kill you. I won't compromise on quality or quantity anymore. Did you know there are only 5 people crowned special grade? He lifted his hand and began to summon another curse. Among curses, there are 16. This is one of them. Special grade potential apparition, Tamamo no Mei incarnate. The cursed spirit he summoned had 4 eyes and long black hair that extends all the way down to the back of its legs. They have 2 lines around the edges of their mouth similar to a puppet. Tamamo no Mei has a humanoid shape but their feet are much different. They stand on the front of their foot with 4 larger toes with dark toenails. On top of that, I'll combine the 4,461 curses I possess into one, and strike you with you. Both of the boys became shocked when seeing a giant ball of curses form. Cursed spirit manipulation, supreme art, Uzumaki. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, several sorcerers were having trouble with a giant cursed spirit, as it threw some around before killing them. One of the two sorcerers watched their ally get killed was about to walk forward when a hand stopped him. They looked to see it came from a man who wore sunglasses that didn't have arms that wrap around his ears, a blue dress shirt underneath a tan blazer with matching slacks, light shoes, and a dotted necktie. Attached to his dress shirt, there is a holster that sheaths his blunt sword hidden by the back of his blazer. Nanami-san, the male sorcerer called to the man named Kento Nami, who was a grade 1 sorcerer, I'll take care of it. He replied before unsheathing his blade and rushing in. He jumped off a car before cutting into the curse, cutting down from its neck and then hacking at its legs, causing it to tumble. Multiple curses came out of the store, but he jumped from them and took his tie off as it wrapped around his hand, flowing with cursed energy. With this, Nanami unleashed a total of 4 black flashes on the swarm of curses before chopping the giant cursed spirit in half. On the other side of Kyoto, the students of Tokyo Jujutsu High's sister school were also working on exorcising the cursed spirits. One student with thin eyes fired 3 arrows that hit 3 cursed spirits with ease. 2 lion-like cursed spirits rushed through the streets before encountering a girl in a suit, similar to Akari. New shadow style, simple domain. Quick draw, she cuts the cursed down. Just when another swarm was about to attack her, a blast of cursed energy exorcises them. She turned to see it came from her robot classmate. Don't let your guard down, Miwa. The robot said to the girl named Miwa, who noticed that cursed appeared from above. Mekamaru, above you. However, someone shot down the curses above Mekamaru, which came from a girl on top of a building, holding a gun. You, too. Everyone, stay alert, the boy with thin eyes said as he arrived. Kamo-kun, a short blonde girl riding a broom called out to the boy. 7 cursed spirits at 2 o'clock. Roger that. Where did Toto go? She looked to her left to see a cloud of smoke rising from the top of a building. Oh, I think you'll see him soon. Their classmate named Toto landed in front of them as he held the head of a cursed spirit in one hand and his jacket in the other. He looked at them and grinned. Where have you been all this time, Toto? Kamo couldn't finish his sentence as a giant samurai cursed spirit with 3 pupils in its right eye roared when it appeared. What is that cursed energy? Kami asked while Toto got ready for battle and rushed in. That one's dangerous, Toto. Don't rush in on your own. Wait for back. Starting at 8, the talk show's Christmas live special will be hosting Takata-chan. Toto shouted, making them have deadpan looks as he rushed head on. I can't keep wasting any time here. Toto, Kamo-kun. The girl from before called to him on radio as she looked to see a stampede of cursed spirits charging. Another 10 or more cursed spirits are approaching from 6 o'clock. Everyone, prepared to intercept them. Kamo ordered as Mekamaru and Miwa rushed out. Geez, there's no end to them. When is this going to be over? The girl on top of the building asked in annoyance. Back at Jujutsu High, Geto's Uzumaki began to condense the ball of cursed spirits as Izuku and Yuta watched. Okatsu, Midoriya, I'm truly glad I came to kill you before Rika Orimoto or the cursed object of the 8 ancient sorcerers were fully wielded. Yuta closed his eyes as he recalled the memories of the past. All those joyful memories he had alongside Rika. It's a promise. When we both grow up, we'll get married. Sure, then we'll be together forever and ever. He turned around and hugged his cursed childhood friend. Rika. Yes, thank you for always protecting me. Thank you for falling in love with me. Could you lend me your power one last time? I want to stop him. I don't need anything else after that. I'll give you my future, my heart, my body, everything. From now on, we'll truly be together forever. I love you, Rika. Shall we die together? Just as he had asked her that, Yuta planted a kiss to Rika. Slowly, she grows as Rika moaned in excitement. Yuta, Yuta, I love you. She screamed while growing an eyeball. He's offering himself as a sacrifice to release the limit of her cursed energy. Geto thought before gritting his teeth. So that's how you want it, womanizer. Before he could even answer, as Rika was beginning to charge up a blast full of cursed energy, black tendrils attached themselves to Yuta and his childhood friend. He looked back to see that they came from Izuku, who was transferring his cursed energy to give them a boost. Izuku. You're wrong. Yuta's no womanizer. He and Rika have proven themselves to be true lovers because they care about one another. It's all because of their true pure love for each other. Then I fight for true justice. Geto shouted before both blasts of cursed energy met each other, with Rika's discharge of cursed energy completely annihilating Uzumaki. The blast not only destroyed Uzumaki, but also the entire place, acting like a mini-9 as blasts of air pressure were felt all around, which ripped trees from the ground. Eventually, when the dust cleared, when used to be part of the campus was now reduced to complete ruin, along with Geto and his special grade cursed spirit, Tamamo no Mae incarnate. Or so it seemed. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Geto muttered as he walked through an alleyway of the school, although he was left extremely injured from the blast, with half of his body burned and one of his arms blasted off. Truly the power to change the world. If I had Rika, there would be no need to sneak around gathering curses. Next time, I'll obtain her. However, when he made it to the exit of the alleyway, he found someone had crossed his path. Geto smiled before sitting down. You're late, Satoru. Gojo was the one who had found him, using his ability of the 6 eyes, something that came from the clan he was born from, to locate his old friend. To think you'd be the one here at my end. Is my family safe? He asked. Every last one of them managed to escape. The ones at Kyoto were under your orders, too, right? Yeah, unlike you, I'm a kind man. You sent those two assuming that I'd defeat them, didn't you? To set Okatsu and Midoriya off. I trusted you. Trusted that a man as principled as you wouldn't kill off young sorcerers without a reason. Hey, trust, huh? Geto's mind was flooded with memories of the past. I didn't think I still had any of that left. Return these for me, will you? In an instant, Gojo grabbed the 2 objects he threw at him, which turned out to be Yuta and Izuku's ID cards. Was the elementary school you're doing, too? Yeah, I can't believe you. Do you have any last words, Suguru? No matter what anyone tells you, I hate those monkeys, but I never held any hatred for those as in Jujutsu High. I just couldn't wear a heartfelt smile in this world. Suguru. Gojo moved closer to him and told his old friend something, but it was inaudible. Though, it did put a smile to Geto's face. At least hit me with some curse at my ends. Sensing the inevitable coming, he decided to ask him one last thing. Satoru, after all this time, do you still remember Amini-chan? His question took the man off guard, yet he gained his composure. Not in a long time. I only used her death as inspiration to carry on your old will of protecting the weak. But, I still wonder what life was like, if she managed to survive. I bet, she and Kuroi, would have, life an amazing life. Muttering those last words with his final breath, Geto became unconscious as Gojo sat there before he slit his friend's throat, ending his life. Boy, wake up. Izuku's eyes shot open, finding himself in a dark place, filled with black water that illuminated with light underneath. He got up and saw that he was surrounded by 8 pillars, with 8 people sitting on them as they look at him. These were the 8 sorcerers that existed long ago, during the Heian period, the golden age of Jujutsu. I apologize that we have to meet you like this after the battle was settled. Yoichi said to the boy with a smile. Wait. What happened? Did I just die? No, you are simply unconscious. Nana said as Izuku looked to see her. She was a woman with long black hair and dot on her face, wearing a white kimono that had the kanji of her clan's name engraved on the back. You and your friend had won the battle. Bruce commented as he had his hair put into a ponytail while wearing a Chinese King Fuji eye. So, why am I here, in front of you all? The boy asked. Simply put, we decided to have a small talk with you. Kudo answered. You have done a great amount of progress in mastering our cursed techniques. However, you shouldn't take it easy, like how your teacher said it. We don't know if Sukuna can emerge now, tomorrow or some other day. I understand. Also, before you wake up, there is something that you know that I discovered about. Nana said as the boy listened to her. Hey, Yuta, Izuku. Both voices of Panda and Maki called out to them as the boys slowly began to come to. Hey, Izuku, are you okay? The girl asked. Mustard leaf. Inamaki commented. Wake up, Yuta, Panda shouted. They fully opened their eyes, seeing their friends surrounding them. Oh, they're awake, Panda commented as he moved out of the way, allowing them to get up. Guys, your injuries, Maki-san. Inamaki-kun. Yuta muttered before checking out Panda, only to see his hands wasn't healed. Wait, Panda, your arm isn't healed. Chill out, we're all doing better than you right now. Maki assured him. Unlike these other two, my arm can be fixed later. Thanks for saving us, Panda said. Salmon. The boys smiled in joy before someone else grabbed their attention. Yuta. They turned to see that Rika was waiting for him. Yuta got up, confusing them. Sorry, Rika-chan, I've kept you waiting. What's the matter, Yuta? Panda asked. Well, in exchange for borrowing her power, I promised to go with Rika-chan. What, don't you know that means dying? Maki shouted at him. What were you thinking, you baka? Well, technically, it was a spur of the moment. The enemy was gonna hit us with a super attack, so Yuta decided to fire back with this. At least it got rid of the guy. Izuku elaborated while Rika turned into gold and reverted back to her 10-year-old self, confusing them. Rika-chan. The sounds of applause were heard as Gojo came to them from the side. Congratulations. You managed to break the curse. Who are you? They all asked in confusion. You're good-looking guy, Satoru Gojo-sensei. He remarked to his students. I thought the theory Yuta came up sounded interesting, so I requested an investigation into your family. The investigation of Rika's was finished quite a long time ago, but Yuta's was full of holes at best. So then it came to light. You're the descendant of Mikazane Suguera. That makes us super distant relatives. Sugu. The three shouted in shock while Gojo continued to dance and say, yay. Yay, yay, Yuta, yay. Who? One of Japan's 3 great apparitions. Maki answered. He's a super big shot sorcerers. Panda replied while still being in shock. Tuna. That's not all, for Okatsu isn't the only one who has a long-distant relative. Nana said as she formed a mouth to speak. After digging through Izuku's memories, I came to realize that his mother possessed the Shimura name, therefore this boy has my clan's blood running through his veins, meaning he is my descendant. Well, we can save that for later. You were right, Yuta. Rika didn't place a curse on you. You placed a curse on her. Gojo said as the boy recalled the day she died. Rika-chan, what do I do? Is she going to die? I have to save her. Don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die, the then 10-year-old Yuta thought while blood appeared under his legs. That's right. Back then, I rejected Rika's death. Now the one who placed the curse has cancelled the bond. So long as the one who was cursed doesn't seek penalty, it's fully broken now. Of course, that much was obvious after seeing her in that form. Yuta dropped to the ground as he began to cry. It was all my fault, wasn't it? I turned you into that form, I hurt all those people, and I nearly caused everyone to die when Geto came after me. It's all my. He couldn't speak as the tears held him back. Yuta, thank you, Rika said while bringing him to her for a hug. For giving me more time, and letting me stay by your side. Her words stopped crying and opened his eyes. These past 6 years, I've been happier than I ever was while alive. Yuta couldn't hold it back anymore and let out the waterworks again. Everyone smiled at the sight as Rika lets go of him. Bye-bye, take care, she said while caressing his face, giving him one last smile as her body slowly turned to light. And don't come over here too soon, okay? Sniff, okay, see you later. And with that, Rika turned into bubbles of light as her soul moved on to the afterlife, with everyone watching in awe from seeing it. Even Yuta wiped his tears and smiled, glad to know that his childhood friend had moved on. 3 or 2 days had passed after the incident. The campus was closed off for repairs, and it was snowing. It's a hit late now, but you weren't at fault for the incident with Geto. Gojo said as he walked with both of his students. He would have come to Jujutsu High whether you were there or not. You think so? Yuta asked while carrying his sword. If he did come when you weren't here, Then what would he even be here for in the first place? Izuku questioned. Well, I wouldn't worry about it. Also, here. Gojo digged in his pocket before handing them their ID cards. Oh, our ID cards. You found it for us, Gojo-sensei. No, not me, my best friend, the man answered. The one and only I had. Come on, Izuku, how long are you and Yuta gonna keep us waiting? Maki shouted as they turned to see their friends were waiting for them. Let's go. Both of the boys smiled while the snow continued to fall. Yeah. 3 months later, zebras walked the streets of Africa, as it was crowded with people. Sitting down at a table and currently eating food was Yuta, who took a bite out of a tortilla that he had filled with meat and potatoes from his bowl on the right. This is good, he complimented to the man that sat across the table, which happened to be Miguel, who had been tasked by Gojo to teach him skills and things that were in his homeland. Isn't it? The man asked. I used a spice called Rocco. That gives it a good flavor. Rocco is a magic powder that makes everything taste Kenyan when you add it. More importantly, they really went home, right? Yeah, Yuta nodded his head in confirming that the group Miguel was a part of had went back after losing Geto in the night parade of 100 demons. Good, then, the man said while taking a sip of his drink. This really is good. It's like nikujaga. Nikujaga, call it beef stew. Beef stew, Miguel said as he was about to take another sip of his drink, but stopped when noticing the figures come up to them. What's wrong? Yuta asked. What are you two doing here? His question made the boy turn around to see that his sensei and friend were standing there. Huh, sensei, Izuku, hey, long time no see, Gojo said as he wore his sunglasses. Izuku waved him hello before they took a seat. So, how's his progress coming along for him? He's fine, but still has some way to go. We were in the middle of a break actually, Miguel said while Gojo paid for food with some rand that he swapped out for yen before they came here. I decided to show young Okatsu around, explore a little and do some sightseeing. The zebras are really pretty. Eri would have loved to come here, Izuku commented when seeing the animals before his food was put in front of him. Speaking of Eri, how is she? Yuta asked while taking a bite of his food. She's good, no longer nervous, and plays with the others including me on our breaks. Not to mention the fact that on Maki's birthday, as she gave her present to her, she called her and Izuku her mama and papa, leaving them both extremely flustered despite the fact that they're still teenagers. Gojo said with a smirk. Sensei, Izuku shouted, feeling embarrassed. Miguel and Yuta chuckled from the interaction. Well, hope everything's doing okay for you, his friend commented. Thanks, man, the boy replied before taking a bite out of his food, admiring the taste. Amazing. About 7 months had passed since the battle against Geto. With the death of the man, the night parade of 100 demons had ended, and Geto's group was disbanded. Upon seeing Yuta use reverse curse technique to heal their friends during the fight against Geto, Izuku decided to ask their school nurse, Shoko Ieri, into taking him under her wing and teaching him the technique since he heard that she was the best user of reverse curse technique. However, even when the woman had warned him that it would be difficult to learn the technique, Izuku assured her that he didn't care, and he didn't mind the challenge, making her surprised before she gratuitously accepted him. Throughout the 6 months, Izuku had made extraordinary progress in gaining mastery over the techniques of the 6th, 3rd, 2nd, and 1st sorcerers. In January, Izuku watched as his teacher had sent Yuta off to Africa where he would be training under Miguel, who was tasked by Gojo to help the boy in learning the skills he knew at his homeland. Though, before he had left to Africa, Gojo had introduced them to someone that would be joining their school later as their underclassman, Megumi Fushiguro. After Maki's birthday, Izuku had gotten control over En's cursed technique, called smokescreen. It allows him to cover a vast area in a thick cloud of smoke. Not only that, but like Banjo's technique, it grants the boy a shikigami made out of smoke, and it also had the ability to use different types of gases that were in its smoke. He had also gotten used to Nana's float, and got creative with the shikigami from Banjo's cursed technique. In February, he had gotten control on Bruce's cursed energy boost technique, which allows him to turn the kinetic energy that was created by his movements and stored in his body turn into backup cursed energy for either a boost in energy or release it for explosive power. In March, he had managed to finally understand Yoichi's cursed technique called transfer. Basically, it was a combination between Yuta's copy and Yuwatch from Bleach, who had the ability to take back the power he had given to his subordinates. The cursed techniques that he has copied right now were Inumaki's cursed speech and Nanami's Raito, which he copied after being introduced to the man by Gojo. During April to May, Izuku had created his own domain expansion, though it was rendered incomplete due to needing Kudo's cursed technique to be in there. And lastly, during June to July, the boy had made progress in getting a hold on Kudo's 10 Shadows technique. Within the beginning, the boy has received the Divine Dogs, and later tamed New, Orochi, Toad, Max Elephant, and Rabbit Escape. Round Deer, Piercing Ox, Tiger Funeral, and the 10th and last Shikigami, the Divine General Mahoraga, weren't tamed yet, with the last one being told to Izuku by Kudo that Mahoraga was impossible to be tamed. Only way that the Divine General could be tamed were to be put against someone strong enough to exorcise him by bypassing its ability of adaptation, or he could try and do it himself. Recently, in the present day, they had heard of how one of the first years had been killed on a first mission together, so they were heading over to check on Megumi and his other first-year classmate, Nobara Kugasaki. He told us to live a long life. What use is he to us if he's dead? Nobara asked while sitting down on the stairs next to Megumi. Hey, is this the first time a friend of yours has died? A classmate? Yeah, he admitted. Really? But you seem fine. Looks who's talking. Obviously, I've only known him for 2 weeks. I'm not the kind of girl who cries over a guy like that. However, when Megumi looked at her, he saw Nobara's lips were moving, signaling that she was in grief of losing a friend. Man, it's hot, she complained, wanting to switch the topic of conversation. Yeah, I wonder when we'll get our summer uniforms. Sheesh, you're more moody than usual, Megumi. A voice said as they looked up to see Maki coming towards them, holding her bag that contained her cursed tool. What is this, a funeral? Zenin-senpai, don't you dare call me by my last. Maki, Maki, a voice whisper shouted to her, as she turned to see Panda and Inumaki hiding behind a tree. He really did die. It happened yesterday. A first-year boy. Benito flakes. Inumaki commented. Well, aren't you a little late to tell me that? Maki exclaimed before pointing at them. Now I look like a cold-hearted demon. Well, you pretty much are. Panda retorted. Tuna mayo. Who are those people? Nobara asked, being a little weirded out by their interaction. Our school's upperclassmen. Megumi answered before introducing them to her. That's Zenin-senpai. Out of all the students here, nobody's a better cursed tool user than her. Is taking it easy on them really kindness? Maki asked back to her friends while being a little embarrassed. This is Inumaki-senpai. He's a cursed speech user. The only words he says are rice ball ingredients. Salted salmon roe, Inumaki replied. And lastly, there's Panda-senpai. But when she's with Izuku, she's kind of nice. Panda muttered while recalling the sight of the two students with a light blush. They're almost like love birds, even Eri called them her mama and papa. What are you saying? I'll kill you, she shouted in embarrassment with a red hue on her face. Cold-hearted may be what you were seen as, a voice said as everyone looked to see Izuku coming towards them. But you really did care for people, Maki. The girl became not so embarrassed anymore as Nobara was taken back by his appearance. Who's this guy? She asked, being a bit taken back by his looks. That's Midoriya-senpai. He's the vessel of the 8 ancient sorcerers, similar to how Itadori was Sukuna's vessel. Out of all students here, he and Okatsu-senpai have the most potential. Okatsu, he's another second year, and is current abroad. He and Midoriya-senpai are the only ones who I can sincerely respect. You gonna elaborate on Panda? Or is he just, a panda? Sorry about this, especially during this sad time. Forgive us, Panda said while putting his paws together. But we want you guys to participate in the Kyoto Sister School Goodwill event. Izuku asked. Kyoto Sister School Goodwill event? Nobara questioned in confusion. It's a goodwill event with the other Jujutsu High in Kyoto. Megumi answered before turning to his senpais. But isn't it usually second and third years who participate? Third year Hikari Kinji got suspended due to fighting with the higher-ups last year. Izuku replied. We don't have enough people, so you guys are in. What do we do in the event? Smash Bros. I'm good at the Wii version. Meteor Smash all the way. Nobara stated. Actually, maybe the four of us is fine. Panda noted. Tokyo High, Kyoto High. Over the course of 2 days, each principal chooses an event for the day. But that's oversimplifying it. Every year follows the same pattern. The first day is team event and the second day is the individual event. Salmon. Individual and team events, against other Jujutsu sorcerers. Nobara exclaimed in shock. Yup, a Jujutsu battle where no killing is the only rule. Maki answered with a grin. We'll make sure to get you guys in tip-top shape so you don't die. Do we have the time? The orange-haired girl asked. We're low on Jujutsu sorcerers, right? Good question. Right now, people's depression during the winter and spring season manifests as cursed in huge quantities during the summer. It's the busy season, so to speak. Panda elaborated while imagining 4 women in bikinis holding up signs that said the reasons on what causes people's depression. Classic perverted Panda. There are times when it's busy all year. It's probably gonna calm down a little though. Izuku commented. So, you're in right? Maki asked. Do it for your fallen friend. Panda encouraged. The two looked at each other before nodding. We're in. In their mind, the image of their fallen friend flashed for a moment. I will become stronger. I'll do anything it takes. But if I think both the training and event are pointless, I'm out. Nobara stated. Same. Hey, it should be fun putting you guys in your places. Maki said with a grin. Bonito flakes. Meanwhile, in the city of Sendai, a somehow survived Suguru Geto walked through the streets before stopping at the traffic lights. However, the strange thing about him was that he had stitches across his forehead. As a bunch of cars passed by, 3 cursed spirits appeared behind him. The first one that was next to him had the head shaped like a mountain, almost like Mt. Fuji, but it was a volcano. He had pale gray skin but the top of his head faded into a brown color where the volcanic opening was. He had a single cycloptic eye, 2 openings on the sides of his head that served as ears, though they were plugged, and black teeth. The curse wore an all-black outfit that consisted of a loose shirt with quarter-length sleeves with matching pants and shoes. He wore his signature yellow spotted cape over that along with a white scarf. The cursed spirit also had a cane. The second cursed next to them is a large tan cursed spirit with black lines running across their entire body. It has a helmet-like head that doesn't cover their teeth, branches for where the eyes are supposed to be, and 2 black lines that zigzag down their face. Underneath the cloth that Hanami wears, its left arm is entirely black but the fingers are white while their right fingers are black. The curse also has a larger flower on their left shoulder. This cursed spirit wears black baggy pants that is held up with a white sash, and a white cloth that covers their left arm. Lastly, the curse next to the flower curse was a curse that was still in its curse womb form. It had an appearance similar to an aquatic animal like an octopus. He's bright red with a circular-shaped head, big round eyes, and striped tentacles around his mouth opening. It had 2 muscular arms with 4 fingers and a caterpillar-like body. He normally covered himself with a white cloth draped over his head and back. Well, tell me, the volcano-cursed spirit spoke to the man. Was it necessary to use a precious finger just to get that information about Sukuna's power? We can't take half measures with this. The man answers calmly. We got some valuable information. HMPH. I hope that's not an excuse. The volcano curse said while the octopus curse muttered, puff, puff. And the forest curse began to speak, but it was in backwards, which instantly pisses off the volcano head curse. Shut up, you. I can't understand what you're saying, but I can hear the meaning in my head. It's creepy. Soon, the group walked into a restaurant, where a waitress walked towards Geto, unaware of the curses next to him. Welcome. Party of 1. Yes, only 1. Soon, they sat down at a table. So, your boss wants to reverse the roles of curses and humans in this world. Is that right? Geto asked the volcano-cursed spirit. Not quite, he answered with a tone of frustration. Humans are made of lies. There's always a flip side to the positive emotions they show. But negative emotions, such as hatred and killing intent, those are pure truths. Curses born from such truths are His volcano bubbled due to reacting to his emotions. The purest form. We're the true humans. The fake ones should just be burned away. But the reality is, you'll be the ones who disappear. That's why we're asking for help defeating the Jujutsu sorcerers. Before the war, you'll need to meet 2 conditions to win. Geto said as he held up 2 fingers. First, immobilize Satoru Gojo and remove him from the fight. Second, make an ally of Ryomen Sukuna and Yuji Itadori. Isn't Yuji Itadori dead because of what happened? The curse asked, only making the man smile in response. Don't be so sure about that, he said before resuming the conversation. Satoru Gojo, so even if we work together, we wouldn't be able to kill him. You might be able to run away. Worst case, he'd exorcise you all. Instead of trying to kill him, focus on sealing him. Sealing. How? We used the special grade curse item, the prison realm. I will be flaking out on my job. A man thought as he looked at Geto, having a weird feeling in his stomach. I've always been the responsible type. Most of my pay goes toward saving up to help send my 4 younger sisters-in-law to college. Even a man like, can't deny this primal sense of fear. If I get close to that table, I'll die. Prison realm. The curse asked as his head bubbled due to the excitement he was feeling. You have it, that taboo object. Calm down, Jago. It's getting hot in here. The man said to the curse, named Jago. Table 5 isn't ordering anything. The manager of the place said while standing next to one of his employees. He's hogging a table to himself. The female employee muttered. Someone go and hurry him up. Sorry, boss, I quit. The man said before rushing out the door, surprising his boss. Huh, what? Hey, wait a second. Want me to go? The female employee asked. It's fine, the manager replied before walking to the table. However, as he did, he noticed how hot it was getting, making him fan himself. Huh, is the AC working? He composed himself when walking up to Geto. Sir, are you ready to order? In a flash, his body suddenly combusted into flames, making the woman scream as she watched her boss die a fiery death. I'd rather you not cause a commotion. How about this? Jago replied with a grin as he moved his fingers like a matchstick, causing the rest of the customers and employees to combust into flames. The female employees fell to her knees and began to crawl towards the exit. Help me. When she managed to make it to the door, it was too late as she, too, was burnt to death. Good thing I didn't choose an expensive restaurant, Geto said while coughing from the smoke. Geto, how strong am I in terms of Sukuna fingers? Being generous, I'd say about 8 or 9. That's plenty. Give me the prison realm. I'll add it to the collection. In exchange, I'll kill Satoru Gojo, Jago said with a confident grin. Meanwhile, somewhere else, by the time we got to the scene, your son was already dead, Megumi said as he spoke to one of mothers of the prisoners from the detention center. To be honest, I wasn't sure about saving people in that facility. But my friends thought otherwise. We weren't able to save him. Even after we confirmed his death, they tried to bring back his body. Megumi's mind flashes back to the time where he lands back at the main entrance of the detention center, and when he notices the dead body of the man, he ripped off his name tag. Unfortunately, the body disintegrated along with the special grade's innate domain. He thought before pulling out the name tag, which was in a Ziploc bag. I managed to get this. He handed it over to the mother, who looked to see that her son's name was on the name tag. Megumi bowed in front of her. I'm sorry we couldn't save Tadashi's life. Please don't apologize, the mother of Tadashi said as she slowly began to cry. I'm the only one, sniff, who will grieve for him. Megumi exits from her apartment and made his way back to Jujutsu High, where he saw Panda chasing down Nobara, who was having a hard time running. You're late, Megumi, Maki shouted as she and Toge noticed their kudai coming towards them. Kelp. Where were you? Does it matter? He replied. Zenin senpai, as a Jujutsu sorcerer, what kind of people do you want to save? Huh, I don't think about it. I wasted my time asking. He mumbled under his breath, but Maki heard it. What? Fushiguro. Nobara screamed to the boy as Panda was currently swinging her around. What are you doing? Conducting an interview over there. Trade places with me. This school uniform is a pain. I'm gonna go buy a cute tracksuit. What are those two doing? Panda asked as he tossed the girl, causing her to scream. You guys are weak in close combat. First, try and win against me. Then we'll talk, Maki said as she swung her staff around. Megumi nodded his head before noticing something. Hey, where did Midoriya-senpai go? Izuku. He said he got called by that blindfolded idiot, who needed his help with something. Meanwhile, in the underground of the school. Yuji, you're better than most when it comes to close combat, but right now, you've got to learn how to control cursed energy. And a bit of jujutsu. He then noticed his student's excited expression. What's up? It's just that if I'm gonna learn, I'm glad it's from you, Gojo-sensei. I'm weak and couldn't help anyone. I even almost got Fushiguro killed. I can't see them yet, not the way I am now. I want to become strong. Please teach me how to become the strongest. You're the one who dubbed yourself the strongest. Heh, you've got a good eye. The man said with a grin before turning to a table that had 2 cans. Please pay attention to the cans over there, thank you. In an instant, the can on the left got twisted while the one on the right got blasted around. Whoa. The one on the right is an example of with cursed energy. The other is with a cursed technique. Right, I don't get it, Yuji admitted with an expression of confusion. Okay, let's see, think of cursed energy as electricity, and cursed technique as electronics. It's different to use electricity by itself, right? So you use electricity to power electronics. This way you can gain a variety of uses. I just hit this with cursed energy. As for this, cursed energy flowed in a technique to activate it. Then I used jujutsu to twist the can. Ah, that means I'm gonna learn a badass cursed technique. Nope, you're unable to use jujutsu, Yuji. His sensei answered. Other than simple shikigami or barriers, the ability to use cursed techniques is intrinsic. So a jujutsu sorcerer's skill set is about 80% innate talent. Hearing this, Yuji fell to the floor in disappointment. You okay? Ah, I thought could pull off a Doden Ray, Bankai, Spirit Gun or Rasengan, or maybe a power bomb. Ah, I'm done for. You can still do a power bomb. You a wrestler? Gojo asked. You're unable to use it now. In due time, your body will learn Sukuna's cursed technique. Forget about that for now. Let's focus on improving your strengths. We'll apply cursed energy to your physical attacks. Rather than some half-assed cursed technique, I'm more wary of savage attacks. Like I said before, you're awesome in physical fights. His words make Yuji snap out of his disappointment. Hold on, I already know how to do that. That time, I kind of got it. Then do it. Here. Gojo lifted up his hand and pointed at it. Punch right here. It's it like you can anyway. Don't blame me if you get hurt. Yeah, hurry up. Yuji cocked his fist back before punching Gojo's hand, only for it to not do anything. I didn't feel any cursed energy. Gojo revealed, shocking him. Why? The basis of cursed energy is negative emotion. When you mentioned that other time, you were overwhelmed by anger and fear, right? Oh, when using cursed energy, I've always gotta be mad. Fushiguro always seemed a little ticked off too. Nope. Back where he was, Megumi suddenly sneezed. What's wrong? Maki asked. Something really annoyed me just now. You little, she muttered, thinking he was talking about her. In the background, Nobara was still being tossed around by Panda while Toge just chilled. No, not you. There's a month and a half until the event. Don't get distracted, the girl said before handing him her staff. Here, try the pole arm next. This actually feels right. Every jujutsu sorcerer is trained to control their emotions when channeling cursed energy. So when they're overwhelmed, they try not to waste cursed energy. There are many ways to train for this. I'm gonna have you do a particularly tough one. Like one? Yuji asked as he gulped in worry, only for Gojo to pull out Blu-ray movies. Watching movies. Watching movies. Yup. From classics to niche horror films to tricky French films. Every waking moment, you're gonna watch movies. Of course, you won't be watching alone. He pulled out a doll, which was one of Principal Yaga's cursed corpses that had boxing gloves. You'll watch this guy, and while you watch him, while I'm gone, this guy is gonna watch you. Just then, Yuji looked to see Izuku coming from the door. This is one of your senpai at Jujutsu High, Izuku Midoriya. Hey, sensei, I'm here. What is this thing that you wanted my help with? Oh, just needing helping your newly resurrected Kudai Yuji Itadori in learning on how control his cursed energy. While I'm gone, I want you to take over his lessons. I see. What's with this ugly cute doll? Yuji asked. Cute? Gojo questioned. It's one of the principal's cursed corpses. Izuku revealed. I knew it. It's the same style. The vessel of Sukuna shouted before becoming confused. And, I'm not getting anything from it. Don't worry. Here it comes. The student and teacher said in unison before the doll woke up and socked Yuji in the face, making the boy scream in pain. That cursed corpse will wake up if it doesn't receive a consistent flow of cursed energy. And it'll attack you too. Gojo stated while Yuji held his face. Like I said before, there's a variety of movies here. Comedy, suspense, action. These movies will make you cry, laugh and feel sad. Let's start by watching one movie without waking it up. In other words, don't get it. This training will teach you how to control the flow of your cursed energy under any conditions. You don't want to give it too much or too little. Yuji tried to pour his cursed energy into the doll, which worked and had it fall asleep, but when he released a sigh of relief, it woke up again. For now, it's set to match your cursed energy level, which is kind of low. But stay frosty. It'll slowly require a higher flow of cursed energy over time. There's no way I'm gonna let up, Yuji said while continuing to do his training. So, which one first? Izuku, wanna put your input of choice? Gojo asked as his student came over. Well, I like some horror films, since they have a sad ending. There's also drama since they have betrayal. There's just a bunch. Like say, this one. The heroine is super annoying, but dies a super gruesome death. Spoilers, dude, Yuji said with a deadpan look. Let's start with an Actio, NGH. Due to losing focus for a moment, it caused the doll to wake up and hit him in the face again, making Yuji throw the doll. Ag, damn it. Hey, even if you're frustrated, keep your cursed energy steady, he said before turning to Izuku. Alright, I'm gonna head out, and come back. Keep watch of Yuji, okay? Yeah, oh, and before I forget, he leans into his ear. He's Sukuna's vessel. Those words shocked the boy and the other sorcerers before they turned to look at Yuji, seeing him pick out a movie to watch. He's Sukuna's vessel. How many fingers did he swallow? Kudo asked as he formed a mouth to speak. 3 as of now. First was back in June, second was after the first since I gave it to him, and third was eaten after Sukuna had overridden control and didn't allow him to take back his body. How was he able to keep control? He was just able to. Anyways, be right back. Time moved on, and Yuji was sitting on the couch, alongside Izuku. The movie that they watched was a thriller adventure one, and currently, the characters were in a situation where they needed to cut either the red or blue wire. So, how's it been here at Jujutsu High for you? Izuku asked, making Yuji try to focus on his cursed energy training. It's been fine. Though, I did get killed on our first mission. Being Sukuna's vessel was the most suckiest thing that could have ever happened to me, since I've got to be executed after I eat all 20 of his fingers. Due to how Yuji was feeling the pressure of the situation, it caused the doll to punch him, making him choke on its drink. Not when I'm drinking. Then don't drink, Izuku retorted as Gojo entered. And stop taking it easy. But, you can't watch a movie without soda and chips. True, their sensei said in agreement. Meanwhile, around that time, Nobara had bought a tracksuit and was getting distracted around town. Well, I've gotta run, Gojo stated. Keep it up. Am I really gonna get stronger? Yuji questioned. Yeah, oh, by the way, did you talk with Sukuna while you were dead? Talk. Any conditions or contracts in exchange for fixing your heart? We talked about something. I don't really remember. I see. Soon, he got into the car, and Ijichi drove him to his destination. There's still some time until we have to meet the principal. Need a pit stop. Nah, let's be early for once. Gojo then sensed something and his expression became serious. Stop the car. Here, you got ahead, he said after walking out. What, am I being tested? Like, you'll beat me up if I really go ahead? What do you take me for? Izuku took his word for it and drove away. Well then, a figure came crashing down in front of him, as it was revealed to be a grinning Jago. And, you are. Gojo stood there in silence as he was suddenly confronted by the volcanic cursed spirit, Jago, who didn't make a move after appearing before him. And, you are, he asked, but didn't get an answer. Jago just continued to grin. Take this. With a swing of his arm, the cursed spirit created a mini volcano behind Gojo, which spewed a large wave of fire at him, destroying a massive portion of the forest. The smoke disappeared to show that the man was nowhere in sight. Was that it? Nothing special, he said with his smug expression. Who are you calling? Jago's eye widened when hearing the man's voice. In the next second, when the smoke disappeared, Gojo was shown to be unscathed, been protected by an invisible barrier of sorts. Nothing special. Stupid brat, the curse muttered while adjusting the cork plug that was in his right ear. I can communicate with him normally even though he's a cursed spirit. On top of that, his cursed energy, it's an unregistered special grade. Special grades are just that special. He's probably stronger than the current Sukuna, who only had 3 fingers eaten. Can't have guys like that popping up everywhere. What's the matter? Losing heart? Jago asked while still grinning. Nah, it's starting to get fun. Gojo replied while cracking his knuckles as the 2 special grades prepared to battle it out. This is fun, huh? The cursed asked as his volcano head pops an air of smoke. You have no sense of danger at all. He lured me out to where there's no one around. No, it's to make sure I can't call for support. Ember insects, Jago shouted, proceeding to summon a bunch of insect shikigami that had needles in their mouths. Well, it was the right move to target me. No sense of danger, huh? Gojo asked as he held up his index and middle fingers. When the ember insects began to charge at him, they suddenly came to a halt, which caused a shockwave that destroyed the portion of the road behind them. What happens if it stings me? Just then, the bugs began to scream all of a sudden, making the man heard a sound coming from the screams. Sound. In the next second, the bugs exploded like grenades, but Gojo dodged by jumped onto the wall next to him. Combining a 2-stage sonic and explosive attacks. Not bad, he muttered while Jago jumped onto the wall and rushed towards him, with fire in his hand. He burned Gojo's head before slamming his palm into his chest. There's more. Cursed energy charged before blasting a wave of fire out from his palm. Is that it? So that guy was exaggerating. Humans these days are weak. They don't live in truth. Deplorable. Makes me sick, Jago said before turning around and walking away. Real strength. And the truth. Through dead, I'll make sure it will be spread. This again. Hearing the man's voice, Jago stopped in his tracks. The smoke disappeared as Gojo stepped out, waving the smoke away. When are you gonna learn? And this amount of fire, so smoky. But, how? The short version. It didn't hit me. You're lying. That's not what I saw. I killed you, the cursed spirit shouted in disbelief. What you touch was simply the infinity between us. Gojo answered while making a small space between his index finger and thumb, but it just confused Jago. Here, I'll show ya. Put out your hand, he said, holding his hand out. Jago was still in confusion as the strongest sorcerer waved his hand. Come on. There's no killing intent, it can't hurt to find out. He walked up to the man and held his hand out to his, only to stop when seeing that he couldn't touch his hand as he was blocked by invisible barrier. See, Gojo pointed out, I can't touch him. My hand stops just before, this is infinity. I'm not stopping you, it's more like the closer you get, the more you slow down before eventually stopping completely. So, what'd I think? Check it out, we can hold hands like this. No, thanks, I refuse, the curse muttered in anger as he was getting pissed off slowly. Don't be shy, you're making me feel embarrassed, the man said as he intertwined his hands with Jago's, making the curse enraged. Why you? However, Gojo slammed his fist into the cursed spirit's stomach, causing Jago to cough up blood. So fast, it's not just a cursed energy-infused attack. What is this? I don't understand, but I have to. There's more. Gojo punches Jago in the stomach multiple times before kicking him the face, knocking him back a bit. Infinity is something that's naturally there, meaning it exists everywhere. I just bring it into reality with my jujutsu. The man held up a finger as he began to charge a red ball that had glowed with a powerful force. Convergence and divergence. If you touch this empty space, what would happen? Cursed technique reversal. Red. Jago's vision was blurred by a bright red light before he was forced back by reversal red's super powerful repelling force, not just only sending him flying throughout the forest, but also destroying a portion of it. The volcanic cursed spirit got back up and ran before turning around to fight back, only for Gojo to land a punch to his face. Jago attempted to flee by running up a tree, but Gojo instantly appeared before him and slammed the cursed spirit into the ground, running him through the dirt. The curse backed off before blasting a wave of fire at him, but the masked man instantly appeared behind him, kicking the cursed spirit into the water of a nearby lake. Oh, this is the perfect opportunity, Gojo noted before warping away. Jago laid in the water, which was pouring down on him due to how his crash made it jump into the air. Sure, you can try, Jago, but you'll die. Heh, he wasn't kidding. The curse thought when recalling Geto's words. If I can't hit him, I'll just bring him into my domain. That's when he noticed something. Huh, where'd he go? Sorry about that. He turned around when hearing the man's voice, only to see Gojo floating above the water while carrying Izuku and a very confused Yuji. Thanks for waiting. Wah, where are we? Yuji shouted as he looks around in total bewilderment. He's Sukuna's vessel. Jago thought in total shock when seeing the boy was alive. Allow me to introduce you to them. These two are Izuku Midoriya and Yuji Itadori, and they're gonna be sitting in today's class. Mount Fuji. His head's MT. Fuji. It does look like that, Izuku said in agreement with Yuji's statement. Flashing back to about 10 seconds ago, Gojo warped back to Jujutsu High, entering the underground area to check on how his student's progress is. He's a pretty quick learner, Izuku said to his teacher, who nodded in agreement. They noticed how the doll hadn't punched Yuji since he hadn't let his emotions loose. Yuji. His words disturbed his student, though it wasn't enough to disturb his training. Gojo-sensei, Yuji said in surprise. What's up? There's no problem, even if I talk to him. We should up the cursed energy and move to the next step. The man thought before speaking. Let's get out here, Yuji. Huh, it's a super important lesson. Let's go on a field trip to a high-end jujutsu battle. I'm gonna teach you about the pinnacle of jujutsu battles, domain expansion. Back in the present, Yuji was still confused about one thing. Weren't we at the school just, 10 seconds ago? What's going on? We warped. He doesn't plan on telling. Just give it up, Yuji. Izuku suggested. Okay, but still, are we able to stand and not sink into the water? The vessel of Sukuna asked as he touched the water, noticing that they were able to stand on it. Jago narrowed his eye as he looked at the three conversing with each other. So Sukuna's vessel is alive after all. First, immobilize Satoru Gojo and remove him from the fight. Second, make an ally of Ryomen Sukuna and Yuji Itadori. We need Itadori alive. Did he bring him here knowing our plan? The cursed spirit thought in confusion. What's with the brats? Gonna use them as shields. Shields? No, like I said, just a little lesson. I'm in the process of teaching this kid a lot of things. So don't worry, you do your thing. They're just going to be a liability for you, you fool, the curse said with a grin. However, this made Gojo laugh. Ha, it'll be fine for us, after all, you're weak. Hearing this caused Jago to slowly become enraged as his head and ears blast with fire. Don't underestimate me, you damn punk. I'll wreak you in your smug face. Yuji was taken back as Jago's intense flames pushed back the water. This guy, he's weak. It's a monster, that's stronger than anything I've ever seen before. Gojo put a hand to his student's head. Don't worry, just stay close. Jago formed hand signs as he put his hands together. Domain expansion. Darkness engulfed the teacher and his students before the environment change. They stood on stone, which cracked around them as lava poured through. A wall began to entrap them as they were now in a cave of pouring lava. Coffin of the Iron Mountain. What is this? Yuji exclaimed in confusion. This is domain expansion. An environment constructed with cursed energy and manifested through a cursed technique, Gojo explained. Some of the lava that blew around jumped up and touched Yuji's hand, burning him. Ow, hot. The domain you guys experienced at the facility was an unfinished one that wasn't manifested using a cursed technique. You guys would have been dead if it was a proper domain. Megumi probably knew that. Constructing a domain used a ton of cursed energy, but it can be worth it. First off, you get an upgrade in stats due to the environment. Kind like a buff in video games, also. Gojo punches a large rock that was attempted to attack him, instantly shattering it and enraging Jago. TCH. The average Jujutsu sorcerer would have burned up just entering my domain, the curse thought. Cursed technique deployed in the domain will always hit. Always? Yuji asked in shock. Always. But no worries. There are counters. Hit it with Jujutsu like I did. That's option 1. Second option, I don't recommend this, but you can also run away, though it's technically impossible. And your infinity. If we're here in my more potent domain, my Jujutsu will now reach you, correct? Jago asked while fire bursts from the cracks. Yup. It sure will. Gojo confirmed nonchalantly. Yuji was just confused on what they meant by infinity. It's one of the uses of his cursed technique, limitless. Basically, it puts up a barrier that slows down things that can never reach Gojo-sensei. It's impossible to bypass. Give me the prison realm. I'll add it to the collection. I came here half seriously. If I couldn't kill him, it wouldn't be a big deal. But he showed me the difference in our power. As a cursed spirit with the pride of a new human, I won't accept it. The most effective counter to domain expansion is to expand your own, Gojo stated as he began to take off his blindfold. When multiple domains are expanded at the same time, the more polished one will reign serp me. It can also depend on compatibility and cursed energy. I won't even leave a single ash behind, Satoru Gojo, Jago shouted as he sent out a wave of lava towards them. Domain expansion. When Gojo pulls his blindfold off, his hair drops down and he shows off his nice-looking blue eyes as he crossed his index and middle fingers. Unlimited void. A white light completely overtook Jago's domain as it expanded before the cursed spirit was now staring at a black hole. What happened? Was my domain suppressed? I can't see anything, I can't feel anything, Jago thought as he was rendered immobile. No, I can see everything, I can feel everything. The information has no end, and because of that, I can't do anything. Just then, Gojo places his hand and puts a hand on his head. You're inside of the limitless. Perception communication. The actions you take in life are forced upon you infinitely. Ironic, isn't it? Given everything, but unable to do anything. Dying slowly. I think I'll stop here, since there are some things I want to ask you. Slowly, Gojo pulled on Jago's head before ripping it off just as his domain expansion. Jago's head rolls around for a bit, but stops when the limitless user steps on his head. So, who sent you? He's the strongest Jujutsu sorcerer. He's on a whole other level than us. Yuji thought in utter shock upon seeing his sensei's power. Yikes. Geto said as he and the forest cursed spirit watched what happened. Would I think? Should we save him? Though, I can't afford to be seen by anyone from that school, so I'll be leaving now. If you want to help him, then go ahead and help him. I don't know if you cursed spirits feel affection for each other, though. Just as he moved past the curse, it spoke, and while it sounded like gibberish, in his mind, he heard the curse very clearly. Ya refa. Snama yurt eht eru. Odu. After saying that, it disappeared, rushing towards where Jago is to rescue him. Geto just grinned. Talking big. Know your place, cursed spirit. Not the type to take orders, huh? Is there something nice waiting for you if you kill me? Gojo asked as he moved Jago's head around with his foot. Anyway, who are we looking for? Like I'm going to tell you, punk, Jago said, though still immobilized. Hurry up. I'm gonna exorcise you. I'll just do it either way. Come on, man. I'm gonna murder ya. So cursed can talk? Yuji asked. Not really, most of them are unable to, and they don't possess a consciousness. This is a first, Izuku answered. Suddenly, an object came down from above and stabbed itself into the ground, surprising the four. Just as it did, the object made a bunch of plants form, causing the three to get happy. Wow. Yay. Flowers. However, Gojo slaps himself in the face to snap himself out of the trance. This is Jujutsu, right? I don't sense any killing intent. Yikes. Yuji shouted as a branch grabbed his leg and lifted him into the air. Another one tried to grab Izuku, but danger sense alerted him and he dodged. Just as this happened, the cursed spirit from before came out of the forest and grabbed Jago's head, rushing out of there to avoid being killed. Sensei, Senpei, go on without me, I'll be fine, Yuji shouted before noticing that the root was connected to a wooden tree monster that was gonna eat him. Wait, I lied, help. Izuku swiftly cuts down the tree monster, allowing Yuji to become free. It got away, it's good at erasing its presence. And it's a lot more creepy than Volcano Head. Yuji got on his knees and started to apologize. I'm so sorry, they got away because of me. But it was you who brought me here, right? High-level cursed spirits working together. This is getting fun, Gojo commented before turning to his student. Yuji, it's not just you, I want all of you kids to get strong enough to beat something like that. Win against that guy, the student asked, referring to Jago. It's better to have a solid goal, right? Glad I brought ya. I had no idea what was going on. Is this guy serious? Set a goal and work hard to get there. We're gonna speed up the schedule a bit for the next month, in which you'll be watching movies and fight me and Izuku. Fight you and Senpei? Yuji asked in shock. I wonder if I'll be alive in a month. After that, field work. I'll have you take on tough missions. You'll learn the basics of Jujutsu and how to use it. We'll show off your results at the Goodwill event. Sensei. Question. Yes, Yuji-kun. What's the Goodwill event? He asked in complete confusion, surprising the man. Didn't I tell you? I'll explain it to him later, Gojo-sensei. Izuku offered. And besides, don't you have a meeting with the principal? Yeah. Meanwhile, Geto walked up the stairs of an apartment complex. He made it to a door and opened, which then lead to beach area that was somehow inside of it. This is quite the calm domain, he noted before turning to the person that sat underneath an umbrella. What's happening to Jago, Geto? The person asked. At death's door, but Hanami went after him, so he's probably okay. How irresponsible, you egged him on, right? Hardly, I tried to stop him. The man replied before hearing the door open and turning to see Hanami carrying Jago's head in their arms. Speak of the devil. Jago, Hanami, I'm glad you're okay, their leader said, which only irritated Jago. What the hell are talking about? You got off easy, Geto said, which made Jago glare at him, but he playfully shrugged it off. I think you understood now. About Satoru Gojo and the right time and place. We need to get every advantage if we're to seal him. We'll proceed with his sealing on October 31st in Shibuya. I'll give you the details later. He turned his head to look at their leader. Is that okay, Mahito? The leader of curses named Mahito was a cursed spirit that looked like a human with long gray hair, but he had a bunch of stitches and a patchwork face. No objections, Mahito replied with a smile. Let's be cunning, worthy of a curse, worthy of a human. It was a normal sunny day over in the campus of Jujutsu High. In an area that was on the school grounds, Nobara inputs her money into the vending machine, punches in the numbers and a drinks was dropped down into the slot. She and Megumi were currently running an errand for their second-year classmates. I wish we had more of these vending machines around the school, she complained while grabbing her drink. Not gonna happen, Kugasaki. We're strict with who we do business with. The boy replied to her complaint. Meanwhile, the second years were currently walking throughout the campus. Panda looked around and couldn't find his kudai. What, where's the first-year crew? He asked. They're currently out running an errand for us. Maki replied. Will they be okay? What are you talking about? They're not kids. They can run errands on their own. That's not what I mean. Panda explained. Isn't the Kyoto school coming today? For the meetings that's about the Goodwill event. There's talk that the higher-ups, who have friction with Satoru, were involved with the special grade incident and the dispatch of the first years. The Kyoto principal is one of those higher-ups. What if they start something? They targeted Itadori, and he's dead. I don't think Megumi and Kugasaki are in danger. The Kyoto geezer wouldn't try something so openly. Maki stated her opinion. The teacher have their reputation. But not the students, Panda commented. Maki was silent for a bit before asking her question. Is Mai coming? Probably not. The students aren't involved with the meeting. But, knowing them, Megumi and Nobara heard footsteps coming from the right, and when they turned around, the two of them saw that they were confronted by two students of their sister school. Those guys sure do love to talk trash. Why are you here, Zenin senpai? Megumi asked, totally surprised to see the sister of his senpai was here. I knew it. They have a similar vibe to Maki-san. Are they sisters? Nobara asked. Oh, Fushiguro, isn't that what you call Maki? Please, call me Mai. The sister of Maki, Mai Zenin said while giving the boy a smile and wink. She was a second year at the Kyoto Jujutsu High. So, these are the replacements for Okatsu in the third year. The only third year of the sister school, Aoi Toto asked as he scanned the two. We were worried about you, so we tagged along. I heard your classmate had died. Must have been tough, Mai said while continuing to smile. Or maybe it wasn't. What are you getting at? Megumi asked. It's okay. Some things are hard to put into words. So how about I do you a favor and just say it? Sure, being called Vessel sounds harmless. But he was just basically a half-cursed monster. Such a vile facade of a human was calling himself a jujutsu sorcerer alongside you, it must have been terrible. Mai put a finger up to her lips as she bit on it while having a smile. You must be relieved he's dead. Hearing her mock their friend and his death was irritating both Megumi and Nobara. Mai, stop talking nonsense, Toto said as he cuts into the conversation. I just want to know if they're worthy replacements for Okatsu. He then points a finger at Megumi. You, Fushiguro, was it? Tell me, what type of girls do you like? Immediately, the two were confused on what Toto meant. Speaking of the third year, he started to rip his shirt to pieces, leaving him half naked. Depending on your answer, I will either spare you if it's good, or beat you up half to death if it's boring. And I'll drag out Okatsu, or at least the third year. By the way, I like girls, with a nice, big ass. Huh, why should I share something like my type of girl with someone I just met? The boy asked. It's kind of hard for a closet pervert like him to answer that. Nobara said as she pointed a finger at Megumi, irritating him. Shut up. The situation's bad enough without you complicating it. Kyoto third year. Aoi Toto. Introduction's over. Now that we're friends, hurry up and answer. I don't mind if it's even a guy. Toto said. A person's taste reveals everything about them. Guys who have boring tastes are boring. I don't like boring guys. The Goodwill event gives me a rush. If my final one being boring, who knows what I might do, this is me being nice. Answer me now, and you'll escape with just a few bumps and bruises. So tell me, Fushiguro, what type of girls do you like? Are those summer clothes? They're annoying, but I'm curious. Nobara muttered as she checked out Mai's outfit. Megumi began to analyze the situation as he began to panic. Kugasaki's unarmed. We should avoid conflict. Why do I have to answer? It's not a bad thing to not forgive people. Megumi, that's your way of showing kindness. I don't have a preference, he said, beginning to speak. As long as a person is compassionate, then I don't need anything else. Hearing his answer made Mai smile and blush a little. Not a bad answer. If you were to say something stupid like big boobs, I would have hit you. Nobara said with a smile that just pissed him off. Shut it, Kugasaki. His attention was directed towards the sounds of sniffing as Megumi looked to see tears coming down Toto's face. I knew it. You're a boring guy, Fushiguro. In a flash, Toto came towards Megumi, launching back with his left arm. Fushiguro. Nobara cried out as she tried to run in and help, but Mai got in the way by wrapping her arms around her. Ah, poor Fushiguro, she said while continuing to hold her. Even though he's a genius who began school as a grade 2 sorcerer, up against a grade 1 like Toto senpai, he's nothing but a first year. I guess I'll check to see if he's okay later. At first, I thought you two looked alike, but forget that. Maki is 100 times prettier than your average face. Nobara replied with her witty comeback. You gettin' enough sleep, I can see the pores on your face. Watch your mouth. Suddenly, Mai pulled out her revolver and aimed it at the girl's stomach. Or I'll teach you a lesson. With Izuku, he was currently in a sparring match with Yuji, and the latter was doing a better job than last time. You're doing a lot better than last time, Yuji. He commented his kudai before dodging an underkick that Yuji threw, in which allowed Izuku to throw an axe kick that forced him back. Hey, well, Gojo-sensei did say that I have to train in order to become stronger in order to take on curses like Volcano Head from back then. Yuji attempted to throw a punch, but danger sense triggered in Izuku's head, quickly making him dodge and swiftly knock his kudai. Sorry, Yuji, but I have to check something out. You can take a break until I get back. Huh, wait, but where are you going? Yuji asked as his senpai grabbed his sword and walked towards the door. To save whoever's in trouble. I'll be back in a few minutes. He answered before exiting out of the underground room. As soon as he made it out of the underground chamber, Izuku clasped his hands together, making a shadow clone of himself come out from the pool of shadows. I'm heading for the sense of danger on the right. You head for the sense of danger that came from the left. His shadow clone nodded his head before they split up. Meanwhile, Megumi breathed heavily as he was trying to regain his composure after being launched out of there by Todo. Speaking of the Kyoto third year, he continued toward the boy. I knew it as soon as I saw you. All I could think of was, this guy is definitely boring. But it's not good to judge a book by its cover, right? That's why I asked you. But you trampled all over my kindness. Is the inside of your head also the shape of a pineapple? The boy asked as he sat back up. Wait, Todo, as in that Todo. Last year, an unprecedented Jujutsu terrorist attack that came to be known as the Night Parade of 100 Demons was led by the curse user, Suguru Geto. 6 cursed spirits, 5 grade 1 and 1 special grade, appeared on the Night Parade. They were defeated by Todo, single-handedly. How did a grade 1 sorcerer win against a special grade curse? I hear you refuse to use your cursed technique. Oh, that's just a rumor. I used it against the special grade curse. Todo answered. He didn't bother using it against the grade 1 curses. He's a beast. Well, isn't that a relief? Megumi folding his hands into hand signs. New, plus Toad. Coming out from the shadows on the floor were a bunch of frogs that had news wings, but they were smaller. The well's unknown abyss. Todo looked at Megumi as he was unimpressed. My opponent's a super close combat fighter. I'll keep my distance to nullify his strengths. However, Megumi became shocked when seeing Todo knock his frogs away and grab his arm. He's fast. Was he going easy on me earlier? Megumi thought as Todo proceeded to grab him from behind and hold the boy up. You're so weak. Both your body and your tastes in women. He does a German suplex, slamming Megumi into the ground. But the boy surprised him by managing to break out of his hold. Unfortunately for Megumi, Todo quickly got back up and grabbed him by the face, slamming the boy into a building on the campus. I'm not done yet. Todo summons a tremendous amount of strength that shoots Megumi up to the top floor of the building. Because of this, Todo had left him in a very bad condition, with his head bleeding even. Like I said before, you're a pretty boring guy. Suddenly, Todo found himself to be immobilized by the frogs that he had knocked back earlier in the fight, though it wasn't enough to hold him. Are you even trying? He asked while Megumi got back up, still bleeding from the head. Don't get ahead of yourself. The boy replied. If that's what you're thinking, then, I'll show you. Todo immediately became surprised when Megumi held his arms out, ready to summon something very powerful. It made him grin. Okay, bring it. However, he felt 2 presences behind him, and looked to see Inumaki and Izuku. Don't move, the cursed speech user said as he immobilized Todo. Izuku then takes his sword out before slashing the Kyoto third year across the back before Panda came down from above. What in the world are you doing? The panda shouted as he punches Todo in the face, forcing him back. Phew, made it just in time. You think? Izuku asked while healing Megumi with his reverse cursed technique while Inumaki held the boy's body. Benito flakes. Long time no see, Panda. The Kyoto student said with a smile. Why couldn't you wait until the event? Panda asked in confusion while they were still on guard. Now get out, or I'm gonna scream so hard. You don't have to tell me twice about leaving. Todo said before turning around. Now, Where did I leave my jacket? Anyway, it seems that this might not be as boring as I thought. Anyway, be sure to tell Okatsu to show up, or I will drag him out. What an absolute pain, Panda thought in total irritation. Me Panda, no human speech. Back with Nobara, a hand reloads the revolver as Mai looks at the injured girl. If you're gonna continue being a sorcerer, then you better watch who you pick fights with. Just before she could even fire a shot, a black tendril grabbed her gun and took it away from her. What? She looked to see that her gun was taken back by Izuku, the real one. He stood there, alongside Maki. Mai, what do you think you're doing to our errand girl? Oh, you're so worthless I didn't notice you, Maki. She said, turning to her older sister. Along with your boyfriend, I see. Her words made the two blush a little, but they regained their composure. Though, Maki did try to hold his hand, but couldn't bring herself to try. This didn't go unnoticed by Mai, who smirked when seeing this. I'd say we're both pretty much worthless. All you do is imbue things with cursed energy. You don't even have a cursed technique. Maki stated. Well, that's better than not having cursed energy at all. Her little sister replied while still holding her smug smile. If I keep looking up at my goals, then my neck will start to hurt. Sometimes I have to look at what's below me. Forget it. What a waste of time. We're both at the bottom, and it's pretty pathetic. She said while Izuku heads towards his kudai. Nobara, can you stand up? I doubt it. She'll be down for a while. I got her pretty good. Mai replied only for her big sister to point her staff at her. What, you wanna go at it? Suddenly, Izuku's Shikigami venom came in and grabbed Mai with its jaws, though being sure to make sure that she wasn't getting crushed by its jaw. Yeah, that's right, that's what a bitch like you gets. Nobara said while Izuku helps her help. Reverse cursed technique was being pumped into her in order to heal the girl. Ah, what the fuck? Let me go. Nah, you don't get to be let off that easy after hurting one of my kudai and insulting Maki. Izuku said while shooting a glare at her. My tracksuit was torn up by you. Leave your uniform behind as compensation. I'll make it my summer uniform. Nobara ordered. Maybe I should open up some more holes in your body next. Besides, your legs are too short to make this look good. That only got her a bitch slap by Izuku. Thanks, Maki said while folding her arms. She was done. He replied as he carried Nobara over his shoulder. Mai, we're leaving. Todo spoke as they turned to see him come towards them. Izuku launched Mai towards him, which made the man catch her. Wah, where's Fushiguro? Nobara asked. Don't worry, Panda, Inamaki, and my shadow clone have him taken care of, so he's fine. Izuku replied. You look like you're having fun. Todo commented as Izuku's Shikigami lets Mai go. As if. The sister of Maki emptied her gun. I was just getting started. PFF'd. Getting started. You lost your gun and got caught by his Shikigami. Nobara laughed, which only pissed Mai off. It didn't help her that Izuku and her older sister chuckled a bit by how he humbled her. If you're thinking about wanting to pick a fight, forget it. Unlike you, I've still got some important business in Tokyo. Her partner said before pulling out some tickets. Takata-chan's meet and greet event. While the girls were completely flabbergasted, Izuku was reminded of something that made him deadpan. What if I miss the train and don't make it on time? Who knows what I might do? Let's go, Mai, Todo said as he turned around. I can't believe I couldn't get the tickets for the Kyoto event. Sheesh, Mai muttered as she walked towards him. You're such a pain. However, before she left, Mai turned back around to look at them. Hey, everyone, don't think we'll go this easy on you at the Goodwill event. What, you think you won or something? Nobara shouted in anger. I said leave your uniform. Nobara, stop, Izuku asked. What happened today doesn't matter. We'll crush them at the event. Yeah, also, Izuku. Maki turned to him. What was up with you? How you just stiffed up when that idol was mentioned? Let's just say that during a mission with Yuta back then, we had saved her from being attacked from a cursed spirit, and she was so grateful for how we saved her that she handed us her contact information. He explained, which earned him an, "Are you serious?" expression from the girls. Anyways, let's just go. The cursed tool user said as they got out of there. Maki, Is it true what she said? That you don't have any cursed energy? Nobara asked while they continued to walk. It's true, the girl replied as she took off her glasses. I can't even see curses without these glasses. I use tools that have been imbued with a curse. I can't manipulate my own cursed energy like everyone else. The knife that Itadori must have been the same, Nobara thought, recalling Yuji using Slaughter Demon. Then why did you become a sorcerer? Simple. To piss off the people that treated her like trash. Izuku answered. Since she wasn't able to use cursed energy nor have it, her family looked down on her. But that didn't stop her, did it? Nope. Maki replied as she smiled before holding the necklace that Izuku gave to her last year's Christmas Eve. And besides, during my first year at this school, I found someone that believed in me and my chances of being a grade 1 sorcerer. Izuku smiled as she did as well. Nobara smiled at their interaction as she walked with them. I can't help but admire how your relationship is a good one. Thanks, Nobara. Meanwhile, at Kyoto Jujutsu High, the principal of the school, Yoshinobu Gakuganji, sat on a chair as he was waiting for someone. Yaga's still not here, he's running a little late. The old man commented. Time comes at a high price for an old man who doesn't have much time left and gets closer to death with every day. The door then opened up as a person steps inside. Principal Yaga won't be here for a while. We forced, as in scared Aijichi into giving you a fake schedule. A person said as sitting down on the couch in front of him was Gojo. So I figured we should talk about it. What are you talking about? Gakuganji asked while brushing his beard. Don't play dumb and coy, old man. This is about Yuji Itadori. Gojo said with a grin. A conservative leader like you had to be involved. The principal of Kyoto sighed. Well, I'll be. The youth these days don't even know how to speak with respect to their elders. I don't intend to. It pisses me off how high and mighty old folks are these days. Hey, a voice shouted at him as Gojo turned to see a girl with baby blue colored hair in one of the assistant supervisor's suit looking at him. How dare you say that? I'll be sure to tell the people in charge about this. Second-year student Kasumi Miwa said with a stern look. Though, on the inside, she was a huge fan for the strongest sorcerer in the Jujutsu world. Oh my god, it's actually Gojo. It's really him, Satoru Gojo. Go ahead, I won't be long, the man replied while holding up a hand. Kya, he talked to me. Last night, we were attacked by 2 unknown special grade curses. Gojo said, surprising the old man. I'm sorry to hear that. Save it, old man. That happens all the time to me. It's like getting flyer handouts on the street. Wow, he's so cool. Miwa thought in awe. Those curses were able to communicate. I bet there are more out there on their level. And it's not just enemies. Hikari, Okatsu, Midoriya, and Toto from your school. The students these days have gotten much stronger. Then there's Suguru Geto's night parade of 100 demons incident from last year, along with a vessel of Sukuna appearing. What are you trying to say? Gakuganji asked, making Gojo chuckle. Don't you get it, ya old geezer? The wave of power that you guys have been ignoring to maintain your status and in the name of stupid traditions has gotten huge and is approaching. The new generation won't be limited to special grade. If you think I'm the only one who's gonna question your authority, then you're in for a world of hurt, old man. Gakuganji murmured as his left eye showed itself. You've got quite the mouth, and I think you're getting out of line. Yikes, that's scary, Gojo said sarcastically. I've said my piece, so I'm outta here. He got up from the couch and headed towards the door, but before he left, the man decided to leave a bit of information. Oh right, Principal Yaga should be here in about 2 hours, so, see ya. 2 hours? Miwa asked in total shock. Seeing that Gojo was gone, Gakuganji breathed out a sigh of relief. Miwa, would you be kind enough to go out and buy some tea for me? He asked. Right away, sir, she answered before exiting out of the room. However, the second she did that, Miwa rushed on out of there. If I can hurry, maybe I can get a selfie with him. Miwa giggled as she managed to catch up to Gojo, who agreed to take a photo. Thank you so much. You're welcome, he said before walking away. I got a photo, the girl said in a happy tone as she made her way back. However, she regained her composure and went back inside. Miwa, where's my tea? Gakuganji asked, taking the girl off guard as she had completely forgotten. 1 month later. Report. September 2018 in Kainma Cinema, Kawasaki City, Kanagawa Prefecture. After the movie finished, the deformed corpses of 3 high school boys were found by the theater staff. Cause of death. Increase of pressure to the brain and asphyxiation due to cranial deformation. Excuse me, a voice asked as it came from a boy who was able to see the cursed spirit. Was that you at the movie theater? Oh ho, you can see me, the curse asked, for it was Mahito who spoke to the boy. It's a gruesome scene. Are you ready, Itadori, Midoriya? A man in a suit asked as the 2 boys stood with him in front of Kainma Cinema. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.